Hello, my name is Simon. I'm putting on the MTN Momo 2022 t-shirt right now because I was part of the competition. Yes, we didn't go through, but at least we're among the top 5 in the country. We're among the top 5, my team. So, this video specifically, I'm introducing to you Affifam Lite tutorials for Vue.js and Laravel 9. In this video, I'm trying to use the authentication and all capabilities of Laravel 9 along with Vue.js. So meaning Laravel is the one controlling all the necessary authentication while Vue.js is rendering the UI. So go ahead with me, watch. We have series of about 37 videos, and also I'm going to compile a one whole video of about 5 hours. So I've created part 1. It has taken me quite some time, but I've created part 1, and then based on the comments and the views, I'll go ahead and create part 2 of this whole video tutorial series. So go ahead with me. If you want to donate, the link is there in the description, or you can go to Gumroad and then stroke Crankluga, and then you can find me. So the link is there. Give Crankluga. You can support this project. Now this project, what I want to do, I want to create a digital system for small scale farmers, those who are raising 200 birds, 100 birds, those who are raising broilers and they want to keep records. Each farmer is going to have one season. Apart from broilers, they'll have 2 seasons, but which means the system is cumulative. Each farmer has only 1 row. So go ahead and support the channel, support the video, subscribe, like, support Crankluga, so that we can go ahead and create multiple systems. In this system, I need to have server time, I need to have a good database. In fact, I want to get a NoSQL database, but I need to have support for the rent phase. So go ahead and support. While recording these videos, very many things happen. Like you see in the video clips, I had burglaries trying to get into my recordings, interrupt my recordings. A burglar comes, then finds I'm still recording, then runs away. The same burglar comes and then dogs back at him. And then again, a burglar comes after I've just recorded my tutorial. And then, and then I check the camera in the morning and they find out I was trying to be burglarized. So please go ahead and support. Now, Based on the comment, if you request for part 2, because I've only looked at layers, I've not looked at certain things, but if you request for part 2, I'll go ahead and create part 2 for you. I'm going to create a mobile phone application out of this system where everyone will go ahead and use that application even if they are not on the web platform, and I'll do that in React Native. So I've already created a mobile app before. I have one here, okay, and then I can do the same for this system. So go ahead and support people. Reach out to me on my social media handles. Sometimes I include them in the link. All for those who donate, in fact, I have a Patreon channel, but what I hate with Patreon is the recurring support. Some people want a single one-time donation every time they feel they need to donate, and Patreon is only allowing recurring support. I've not found that, so that's why I'm on Gumroad. And then there is buy me a cup of coffee. I also have buymeacupofcoffee.com. The link was also down there in the description. In any case, if you donate to any of those, you'll find my Skype media. We can have a live call. The links will be there. A Google call. We can arrange for a meeting, because that's the extra support I can give you guys. All right, so hope you enjoy the videos. At the end of the whole set of videos, please comment, like, share, subscribe, and then also make suggestions. You can make suggestions to me on my Gumroad channels, or you can make suggestions to me in the comment sections, and I see which applications I can go with. All right, so thank you. I'll continue creating and creating and creating. Hope these videos welcome you fresh into 2023. Let me not make a long introduction. It's already 5 minutes. Please go ahead and watch. Okay, let's meet in another video. Let's meet in the mobile application videos for the same application, Affifam Lite.
Hi there, how are you? I recently created videos for a mini. The first video was about a mini source tracking system from start to finish with Laravel, and then I went ahead to create another for you, which was the advanced logic. That is the one that goes through authentication, the if statements, okay, and then I showed you that we have an item that is live. And I thank you all because you've taken it in well, okay. We've got more subscribers. Right now we have 858 subscribers, and then the watch time has also gone up a bit, much as mine is still low, okay. Mine is still low. I have 852 watch hours, and the required is 4,000, which is no problem. Step by step we shall get there. I encourage you again to subscribe if you're new to the channel, comment, and then also give me chance or talk about projects or anything, and then you know we can go ahead. You give likes so that the video is recommended to more people by the algorithm. The more you comment, the more you thank or give likes to the video, you know, it gives me that opportunity to know that, okay, well, the video is working for you, and also it is suggested to more people by the algorithm. So if all these 114 people had liked the video, you know, it gives that morale. So the first video so far has 3 likes, okay, which is good, and 2 comments, and then the other has no comments. So this, again, I'm going to do the same. We're going to first create the project, then we go to the logic. However, this time around, we are creating Laravel with Vue. So let's go ahead and see. So we are going to create Laravel 9 with Vue.js and SPA, and then it's going to be called Affifam Lite. So it's going to be a poultry farm demo system. In this system, it is going to be free for all small-scale poultry farmers, and the farmers will be able to, each farmer will record only one season of layer hens. Each farmer also will record only 2 cycle seasons of broiler birds, because with broilers you can have, let's say you have an intake of this season, okay, you can record this season, and while that season is, you can say that every after 2 weeks you are releasing birds. So meanwhile this season is on, the other season also can be, okay, recorded, because you need to have a cycle. While with layer hens, you can have one season last for 2 years, but with broiler hens, each 2 months is the season, okay? Each 2 to 3 months, there are some that go up to 4 months, but you will find that while the other has reached 2 months, you already have another input, so that the profits are recycling every after 2 weeks, or, it depends on you as a farmer. So which means the farmer will be able to record new birds, the farmer will be able to record a mortality rate, the farmer will be able to record the feed stock, and then the feed, so this is the feed stock amount and the cost of the feed stock, and then the used feeds, okay? For example, whenever they deduct from the feed stock, they should be able to record that, so that the recent feed stock is, updated. Then the expenditure in medicine, then the eggs collected in that season. So each day they collect an egg, they record that today we've recorded this, and then the system should be able to divide that actually they do have, they have collected these trays of eggs, and then the eggs sold, and then the revenue from the eggs. And then, so the profits per season, meaning at the beginning up to the end of the season, you'll be able to see how many, what are the profits you've made. And then same will be for the broiler birds. Okay. Then revenue for us, okay, will be from donations and adverts that will be running on the system. But it is going to be free. Now, however, if you want to support, it's okay, you can donate. The donation link is in the description. And then I'm doing this for my country. Who knows? You may also start up the same for your country. It's going to be a free project, and it's going to be uploaded on the GitHub, and the GitHub link will be shared soon or anytime. And then we shall be modifying it. So keep subscribing, keep liking. Every time we come up with a modification, it will be maybe part 2, or it will be update 1 or 2, just like that. Every time we come up with a modification of the system is going to be running free, and then farmers will subscribe, and then it will be fully protected with an SSL certificate. Now, from your donations, we shall be able to secure with the SSL certificate, secure the domain, and everything will be there as a live example. All right, so we're going to be doing it with Laravel and Vue. So Laravel 9 and Vue. All right, so let's go ahead. So the first part is going to be running for, I don't know how many hours, maybe 4 hours or something. And then in the next part, we shall be putting in feed like we did in the previous project. All right, so let's go ahead and install the project, and then we start right away. So it's going to be called Afifam Lite. All right, so first things first, we're going to go to our www folder, and then we'll create one called Afifam Lite. So, however, we're going to do it with Laravel. So I'll come here. I use my git bash. Then I go ahead and I type Laravel here again. So Laravel. Great. So I'll go again to the documentation. Now, the documentation is always our Bible. Okay, so I'm going to look at the installation. Now, I want to talk about Composer. Composer is like a package that will help you have a PHP server, okay? So, you first download Composer, so you go to composer.org. You can type Composer. Okay, composer, install composer. I'll type composer and then we shall see which composer that we need. So here it is, getcomposer.org, then you choose to download composer. All right, so I already have composer installed. However, if you're on a Mac, you install with the command line. Even a person who is not on a Mac can. So those of Windows, here you are, okay? So you get a Windows installer and then it will install composer for you into the correct directories. Now, with that said, so we're going to go to Laravel here. Composer will apply. By the way, Composer is used especially also when you're including packages into your projects, okay? Any PHP projects. So for us who are installing, okay, your first Laravel project, then you come getting started on Mac OS, getting started on Windows, okay? So you can create a Laravel project, make sure you install Docker for desktop, those who want to. However, for us here, instead of Docker, we're going to install Composer, okay? So we are looking for those that are using Composer. So install via Composer, okay? So I've already shown you how to install Composer, so we're going to use Composer to install our Laravel project. So I'll do copy this, then I come here to our bash, then paste it. So our project is going to be called, okay, so this is supposed to be Composer, so I'm missing a C here. Composer. So our project is going to be called, with that space included, Afi Farm LTE Light. So I'll press enter. All right, hope we get that domain Afifarm Light before even someone gets it out. Before I release the videos, I'll make sure that I've secured the domain. So it's installing Laravel and Composer via Composer for us. Okay, so I'll let it go through and then come back to us. So I'll rush the video at this moment. Okay, so our installation is done. So let's go ahead and close up this, then go back to our www folder. Okay, so here it is, Afifarm Lite. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and set up the environment. So I'll right click again, then choose code, choose the bash, then type code. However, again, if you do not have bash installed, you can press shift and right click, and then you open with the Windows terminal. Okay. Okay, so with the terminal open, I'm going to type code, then press enter. So it's going to open Visual Studio Code for us within this folder of Afifarm Lite. There you go. All right, so the first thing we're going to do, we're going to go to our env file, okay? Then we link up with our database. So our database is going to be, okay, so the database is going to be Afifarm Lite, Afifarm Lite, and then we're going to have the username is root, and then the password is 1234 because this is just onto my system. Then I save that. Okay, so which means we're going to come into our system here. Okay, then I'll close this. And then we're going to look for PHP myadmin. So going into the local host, make sure that your local host is already started. Mine is already here running. So my password is as simple as 1234 because this is on my system. Okay, so I'm going to come and create a new database, which I'm going to call Afifarm. Afifarm. And then I choose create. Okay, sorry. It is here. I was typing in the filters. Sorry for that. So the database Affifam is created, but it's empty, which is not a bad thing. All right, so I can go ahead now in our terminal, and then I type php artisan serve, php artisan serve. Okay, then I press enter, and it's going to start our IP address here. Okay, so this is our IP. I just copy that. All I type localhost 8000. So localhost 8000 or IP, which is 1 to that. Okay, so it's going to start our default Laravel project. All right, so we don't need this, first of all, but what this is simply asking, so all our views, okay, are going to be here in resources, views, okay, welcome. So this is what we're seeing at the moment, okay? And to me, this could be different, but it is putting a condition of auth, which we've not seen. But I can take away all this. I'll hide this, which is also the same as pressing Ctrl B. So I can take away all this. Oh, that ends there, and this, and then the Laravel foundation here. Okay. Okay, plus this. Okay, then I'm going to type a paragraph here. And I say, welcome to Affifam. Welcome to Affifam. Affifam Lite. Okay, so I can do that. Then I come back here and refresh, and it's what we are seeing here. I'll modify that by putting a style. Okay, I'll put a style, which style it will equal to the color to be white. The color to be white, and then font size, which will be 150%. Hope I still remember that of the font size. There it is. So I'm still okay with the font size. I'll put it at 300%. Okay, there it is. Welcome to Affifam Lite. Now, I'm going to be using the Vue Auth. So I'm going to be mixing Laravel with Vue. Sorry. I'm going to be using the Laravel Auth. Okay, so since I need the Laravel Auth, so inside the system is going to be running as an SPA, but the auth is going to be Laravel. And since I'm doing that, so let me go ahead and install the Laravel auth. So we shall come back to this, and then we'll look for Laravel auth. Laravel auth. And I want to introduce you to something called Gripper. Okay. So Gripper is an extension. Okay. Here is Gripper. It's an extension. You can install it. Okay. Using you can install Gripper using the Gripper extension. So what Gripper does, I already explained it in Affifam. You can choose to vote for a code, okay, and add it to the Gripper community, or even add course, add a code, okay? So for example, if I click my code answers, okay, I do have already code that I've ever used, and you can see these are the titles. For example, how to do camel casing or title casing using PHP, okay? So I did this and recorded it in Laravel, and it actually worked. Here is one for title is too long, a solution. Okay, so, and you can also vote for other people's Gripper code. So you'll be always seeing the Gripper code. So Laravel authentication, okay, and then Laravel authentication. So there is a new authentication and old authentication. So here is Laravel talking about the authentication and what we should follow. So in the introduction, if you want to get started first, you choose Laravel UI and then PHP Artisan, Auth for Vue, or there is one for Bootstrap, those who are going to be using Bootstrap. So I'll install PHP Artisan. So you can come and read through this. So Laravel is saying that you want to get started, install the Laravel UI via Composer package, and then so install the Laravel UI Composer package and run PHP Artisan Auth. Okay. So now this is good, but it's not direct. So let us see what others have for us. I'm getting one from Tutorial Point that I already typed. So PHP Artisan make auth, that is actually old, but you can see here is Gripper. Okay. So you can get it and save with Gripper. All right, so there are other solutions again with the Laravel Auth. So let me see. So I'm going to type Laravel 8 or Laravel 9. And you can see here comes one with Gripper. So Gripper is saying Composer require Laravel UI. So we're going to come here in our bash. So we're going to come to our terminal, and then we type new terminal, and then we type Composer require, and then Laravel stroke UI, and then press enter. So it's going to install the UI for us. Okay, then it is done. Then we're going to go ahead and install now the Vue UI. Okay, so here it is. PHP Artisan UI Bootstrap Auth. So those who are only going to be using Bootstrap, first we're going to install the one for Vue.js. Okay, so here is one for Vue. So PHP Artisan UI Vue Auth. Okay, so there it is, and then it is telling us to run npm install and then npm run dev. So npm install. So npm install is going to install the UI, the Vue UI for us. Okay, so however, if I refresh here, so you're going to see something new. You can now see login and register. So we're going to have someone to view this, they must have logged in or registered. All right, so I'm going to talk about the Laravel views, okay, and then we see how we can go about them. All right, so we have two routes with Laravel. If you're going to get the routes, you come here to routes and then you choose the web routes or API routes. Okay, so here is the middleware is with Auth and Sanctum by default, and we're going to see how to run with the token. Okay, so we already have a user token in our migration. If I go back to, okay, we haven't created the database yet. If I go to the database, you will see that we are going to go ahead and use the web routes. Still, we can get the same results with the web routes. All right, so I think I can start with the web routes. That is up to us. View with the web routes. Or I can go ahead and, in fact, I'll use the API in the API routes when we are creating the same project for our mobile phone version. And I'm going to create that. Just subscribe and like these videos. Trust me, everything will come to light. All right, so let's wait for the terminal to install. Then we are going to use web routes with the Laravel UI, with the Vue UI, and then we shall come back to anything else. Okay, so we have our Vue now installed, and that will be under JS, okay? So here is resources, JS, and then we have our app.js and Bootstrap, okay? And then here we have our first Vue components. So if I click on app.js, here is our default view, and then it is running through example component. And then it is looking for an ID called app. However, if I refresh here, nothing will happen. So let me go ahead and run npm run dev as instructed. So the first thing I'll do is I'll clear the terminal. So I'll type clear. Okay, then run npm. npm run dev, and then press enter, and it will start our Vue UI for us. However, I don't want to run dev. I'll run something else, but I'll show you the problem between dev and one called hot. Right, so it's going to run it for us. So I'll go straight to the project because this is not teaching you Vue.js. No, it's creating a project for us. So when you go to our routes here, and we go to the web routes, by default, it is looking for one called welcome. Okay, but that's not where I want mine to be. You know, I want mine to go to something else. So what am I going to do? I'm going to create a route here. Okay, a route is like creating a link that it will fetch from. Okay, so and I get one custom route which is going to be called, it's going to be called dashboard. Okay, so dashboard will look through, I'm going to use it through the home controller just for now. So dashboard will look through a home controller, okay, and then look for one called dashboard. Okay, then I terminate. So we're going to have to create this view called dashboard. So I'm going to go to my views, okay, and I create a new folder, which folder I'll call maybe dashboard. And then inside dashboard, I'll create a new file and I call it dashboard.blade.php. Then I press enter, and there you go. So for us to see this dashboard.blade, so we're going to come to our home controller, which is under app. Okay, then we go to HTTP, then we look under controllers, and then we look under home controller. So under home controller, I'm going to create a public function. The other one was called index, but I'm going to create a public function, and I call it dashboard. The reason I'm calling it dashboard because it's where this controller is looking for. So under this controller, they are looking for a function called dashboard, okay? So dashboard, and then I'll leave it empty for now. We are learners. And then I'll make it return, okay, a view, okay? And the view it will return will be under dashboard. So under views, okay, it is going to look in the folder of dashboard and get a view called dashboard. Okay, dashboard and get a view called dashboard. So for it, it will automatically complete that is called dashboard.blade. Okay, so I'm going to go to this view called dashboard and I type P. I have an autocomplete, or H1. Let me do an H1. H1, and I say welcome to Farm Light Dashboard. Farm Light Dashboard. All right. So I want by default, okay, when a person comes in, instead of coming to welcome, they go to that view. So which means at the default, so this here means default, okay? I want it to go to a folder called dashboard and then look for a view called dashboard. Okay, on first routes. So if I refresh this time around, It is looking for a view called dashboard, and it is giving me an error because I'm missing an A there, okay? So I'll add in the A and then save, and then come back and refresh. And you can see we have gone, by default, it goes to that. Welcome to Farm Lite dashboard. I don't know if that's what you want, but which means if you want it to go to the login, of course, you'll have to go into the views, look for Auth, then you choose login. So which means we're going to go into the folder called Auth here in the views. Auth, and then we'll look for our login.blade. Okay. Then if I save, come back here and refresh, by default, it's going to the login. Okay, so our login is having issues just because we haven't added Bootstrap in our links. All right, so we're going to come here and then look for Bootstrap. So I won't be looking for Bootstrap Vue, but I'm going to install that for the moment. But I'm going to look for getbootstrap.com. Okay, for our login. Then I link the CDNs. So I'll link the CSS CDN. I'll copy that. Then go to our, okay, instead of the login, since that is linked to this, I'm going to show you how it is linked. So if you go to login.blade, it is extending from it is an extension from one called layouts.app. So which means under views, I should look for one called layouts and then look for app.blade, okay? So, and that's where I'm going to add our link for Bootstrap, okay? Then I'm also going to add our link for the styles, okay? So if you had installed the Bootstrap view, you won't be able to, you shouldn't be doing this because during the installation of the views, because it will be there, okay? During the installation of Vue, for us, we chose Vue.js. So, which means I'm going to go to, again, our Get Bootstrap and then look for the JS bundle. Here it is. And then put it under this. And then save all. And then come back and refresh our login. Voila. And everything is fine. However, for us, we're going to be using Bootstrap Vue. I'm used to it. But however, even if you don't install Bootstrap Vue, but you have this in the link, it will work as fine. But I'm used so much to Bootstrap Vue, and I'm going to install it since we are using that. So I'll come here and look for Bootstrap Vue. And then install Bootstrap Vue. So I'll go to the docs and then look at how to install it. So here is npm install Bootstrap, Vue Bootstrap, and that. So I'll just come here and include that in the terminal and then install Bootstrap. And then we're going to come back when that is done. All right, now that we've installed Bootstrap Vue, okay, so we can go ahead and now include our Vue application and Bootstrap. So before, we need to set up our Bootstrap Vue, okay? So we need to go and import this, okay? So we are going to go and import that in our app.json, so which is here, app.js, okay? Not app.json, sorry. So it is already requiring Bootstrap, but we're going to install. So we're going to just copy this, okay? And then we put it in. So we also import these. So let's first copy this. So this is being required like from the package that we have just installed, okay? So the reason it's showing this is because we're not using these at all. So we're just going to come and use them. So here they are. So we import, okay? So you can also take time to read through. So import Bootstrap, okay? And Bootstrap Vue CSS files. So order is important. So you arrange them in the correct order. Okay, so that is our next step. Then lastly, we're going to again use it. So where is it? So make sure Bootstrap Vue is available through the whole project. Okay, so this is optional. Optional, install the Bootstrap Vue icon components plugin. So I won't use that. I'm going to take this. Okay, so I haven't used that icon thing at all. However, I didn't need Bootstrap Vue. This one require Bootstrap. I'm leaving it because you're going to say I'm going to be using the normal Bootstrap. Okay, but I'll use Bootstrap Vue more, but I'll show you that the normal Bootstrap can also work. All right, so I'll need to take us back to home. All right, so I'll need to take us back to home. I'll need to do something. So what I'm going to do, let me come back to this web.app. So instead of the auth login, okay, I want it to go straight to maybe home, okay, or the dashboard thing. So I'll take it back to welcome. I'll take it back to welcome. Follow along or subscribe because there's certain logic I want us to learn. So I'll take it back to welcome. So if I refresh, it goes back to welcome. However, I want someone to reach out to another page when they log in. So the first thing we're going to do is register. So I'll run PHP artisan migrate. So what it's going to do, it's going to run a migration for us and we'll see what that migration is. But however, to get that migration, we have to come here to the database folder, okay? Then under migrations, you see we already have a users table, a passwords table, and failed jobs, and then the personal access token. This personal access token is new. It wasn't there in older versions. However, it was there in Laravel 8, but it is running personal access tokens on Sanctum by default. Now, what migrate is going to do, it's going to come back to our database here and then create the tables for us, okay? But it's going to begin with the default users table. So I'll press enter. Okay, so it is talking about something that is okay. One, I think it is looking, let's see. Okay, unknown database table, Affifam Lite. Okay, so let me go and check. Okay, this is Affifam, and I was looking for Affifam Lite. All right, so I need to. Okay, let me see. Let me go to databases. Where is database? MySQL database. Databases. Okay, so I do tick on this. Okay. Okay, let me drop it. Then I create a new one. So I'll create Affifam Lite. Okay, then I create. Great. So this time around, if I run, I'll do clear. Oh, sorry. I'll do type clear here. And then run PHP artisan migrate. Great. So it is also complaining about something about the specified key being too long. Okay, so there's a solution for this. So however, if I come back and refresh Affifam Lite, I already have migrations and users. Okay, but however, it has given us a warning. So I'll come to Affifam Lite, then I tick, and then drop this. So I'll come and drop this, and we first make a solution for the other. Okay, so we are going to go to Google here, and then we type Laravel specified key was too long. It has already come up as a suggestion. And then we'll look at the solution. So the solution is simple. We can look at Stack Overflow, and we also look at this, okay? And I'll show you the solution. So I don't know if I booked that solution already, okay? But none of these, okay, you can see they have 0 from Gripper, 0 apps from Gripper, but Gripper will always come as the first suggestion, okay? So let me show you this. So this can work, but I haven't tested them. However, this is what I usually follow, okay? So you go, so the guide is you go to, okay, so look at this. So I can add this to Gripper now, okay? Specified key is too long. And then save this as a Gripper answer, okay? So let me see. If I come back and search for specified key is too long, you can see it is coming back as the first on my side because I've added it to my Gripper answers and it is no longer showing the others, okay? So I can give this an upvote, okay, using Gripper. So the answer is, okay, I can click now to the source and it will open the source for me. It is the same source that I have here, okay? Now the answer is, again, that to fix this, you have to go to edit your appserviceproviders.php, okay? So the app service provider, okay, you have to come here and look for, okay, providers, then app service provider, okay, here it is, sorry, Auth, app service provider, and then it is saying for us to look at the boot. So I'm going to go to the boot, and the first thing I need to do is add this in our Illuminate. So this is the facades. So I come up here and add it under facades. So I paste that. Then the second thing I need to do under the boot, I need to add something else. So I copy this, okay, schema default string is that. Then I add it under the boot. Okay, then I come and save all. Great, so if I run the migrate here again, so PHP artisan migrate, everything is created and we have no errors. All right, so now that everything is created under affiliates, okay, if I go to migrations, you'll see that the first table that is created under migrations is the users table and all these other tables. So this migration is showing all the tables, okay, registers all the tables that are going to be created here. So if I go to the users table, this is what they expect from us. They expect a name, email, okay, and then if the email is verified and what, and we are going to go into that. So that is why we are going to come and choose to register. So the name will be as usual, Kamia Simon. And then the email, okay, crankluga@gmail.com. And then my password, leave the suggested one. For these projects, I do a simple password, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And because it expects 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let me show you where it expects 8. So if I come to, let me close this. If I come to, okay, where we have HTTP, then I look under controllers, then I look under auth controllers, and I look at the registration controller, okay? Then I scroll down to the required, okay? In the password, it expects a minimum of 8. So that's why I'm providing 8. Great, so let me go ahead and register. Okay, I am registered, okay? Now, and you can see it is showing my name, but it has taken us to home. Okay, I am registered, okay? Now, and you can see it is showing my name, but it has taken us to home. But however, I want it to redirect us to dashboard when someone registers, okay? So how do I do that? Or when the home page logs in. So I'm going to come to home. Okay, so remember it is under the home controller. Then instead of view, I redirect to dashboard. So redirect. Redirect is our new word here. Let me do a control plus. Okay, I don't know if that is big enough for you. So redirect is our new word there. So if I come here and refresh, oh, it is still on home. So the home view. Okay, so let me see. Oh, sorry. I've put redirect on the wrong. Okay, so I'm going to undo. I just come here and redirect. So redirect. So I was supposed to put it under the index. So it is going to redirect to this. Okay, redirect to dashboard. Okay, so if I come back and refresh, great, you can see it redirects to dashboard.dashboard, and it is saying dashboard.dashboard not found. So let me double check. It should be redirecting to dashboard. Okay, so let me refresh back. Okay, great. So it is redirecting to, when I click on home, it is redirecting to dashboard. So it is redirecting to dashboard. Which dashboard is here when we go to our web view? For example, if I change this to blur, okay, then I come back to this welcome to affiliate, because it's the welcome page, and I click on it, it will say, it will complain that it actually cannot find dashboard. So which means if I come back here in the home controller and I change to, okay, where is the home controller? This is the register controller, and I change this to blur. And then I go back. And then click on home, you can see it has gone to blur. All right, so that's very important. Okay, so I'll go ahead and change this to dashboard. And then again, go back to our route and change it back to dashboard. Great, so when I refresh again, it should be able to take us to, so blur is not found. If I click on home, okay, so if I click on home, it takes us to dashboard. Now, okay, so if I click on home, it takes us to dashboard. Now, for you to see this dashboard, it means you must be logged in. Now, one of the things that we need is Up.Vue, or one of the reasons why I need the Auth, okay, is that when you come to the dashboard, okay, we need it to be able to show us to log in or log out, okay? So what do we do? So this is where our friend extends comes in handy. So when you go to Up.Blade, Up.Blade is found under layouts, so it is in views, okay? Then layouts, then Up.Blade, okay? So when you go to Up.Blade, it has a position for content here, okay? So what do? We put an extends for Up.Blade. So we're going to go to our dashboard, okay? Then we put at extends, okay? So this is now the basic blade component. At extends, okay? Then it takes in layouts. Layouts dot app, okay? Now, after taking in layouts dot app, then you choose, so this is the position we want it to be, okay? So we are going to choose that position by adding that we want it at section, okay? At section, and the section is called content. Is it content or contents? Let me double check. At section content. At section content. Then we go into end. End section. End section. Great. So this means now you can have more than one section, okay? So if I come back here and refresh, great, you can see that we can now log out, okay? Now when we log out, we can't see the other part, not unless we log in. So logging in, it will be that email and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, then I log in. Great. All right, so now instead we want each user to come at this dashboard and be able to get data dynamically from Vue.js. So that's now when we bring in Vue.js. Okay, so instead here, I'm going to be bringing in Vue.js content. So how? So when we come here, okay, and we go to, under views, under resources, we go to JS, we have Vue.js components, and one of our components is example component, and it is showing that I am an example component. So then we have Up.js, and Up.js is importing that example component by default, okay? So it is bringing in that example component here under components example component, okay, by default. Then it is looking for an ID called app. So we're going to change this ID to dashboard, let's say, dashboard. And that ID, it is where it is going to be rendering its content. So which means if I come back to app.blade and I come to this ID and I change it to, okay, dashboard, okay, we should be able to see our component. But the reason we're not seeing it is because we must include a script here that is going to read that source, okay? So this script is reading from a JS file because when you render, okay, when you render, the file again comes to, I'll come back to public. The files comes to public and then it should be able to render JS here. Okay, so how does it do that? So it runs, we run npm run dev, which I already have here. Okay, did I run it? So npm run dev. So I've not run it yet. Okay, which one is this? And which one is this? Okay, this is a splitter. So I should delete this, then I have a PowerShell here, and I don't have it yet. Okay. Great. So I'm going to run npm run dev. So npm run development. So it's going to run Laravel mix for us, and then it's going to create the JS file. So unfortunately, we're getting an error and cannot find module webpack and then the rows of the description. So let me first run npm update and see. So hope it updates all the missing packages. Okay, let me see. Okay, so it is done running the update. Let's run npm run dev. And we see. Okay, so it has updated, and this time around it is building the development components. So after it running the development components, it's going to come and create a JS JS file in our public here. So here is the JS file. Okay, so this app.js has compiled our Vue into a mixed project. Okay, all the components, it has provided a single JS file for us. Okay, so I'll go ahead and also file save all. There's no problem. However, if I load, nothing again is happening. Oh, so what do we need to do? Okay, we need to come to our entry point, which is app.blade, and then we run a script. We run a script okay, script. So we're going to include the source, which is src, which is equal to, okay, then we introduce blade, then we include mix, okay, which will be running from in the JS, okay. So, okay, I need just one single quote like this. Mix, so it will be running from, okay, which will be under JS app.js. So, JS stroke app.js. Okay, I'm receiving red here. What is it that I've not included? I need quotes. Great. All right, so if I come back here and refresh, still I won't be able to see anything because I need to include what was given to us here. So I need to come and include this example component here, okay? So what I need to do is now come to our, okay, I've already shown you that. Come to our dashboard here, okay? Then I include example component. Okay, it can be a soft closing tag, then I save. If I come back and refresh, there we go. We see now our example component. All right, so I think now it is time we start creating our Vue components. So now, this example component will follow anywhere that I include it. So which means I can include many of them. I can even include one before the nav. Okay, so I'll do that. Soft closing tag. Then save. And you'll see. So it has included this. Okay. It has left out the other because it's already rendering this. Okay. So, as long as there's an ID. So the reason it's doing this is because this, okay, this is providing a slot as a component for this, okay? So, and this is included there. So the dashboard is included as a component at this stage, but this stage is taking in the normal Vue.js system, which is taking in one, checking if the user is already logged in, okay? If the user is logged out, then it should do a register or show the auth username, okay? So this can also be auth user email. I can also include that. So auth user email, and it can show both. I don't know if the space will be enough. So if I come and refresh here, you can see it is also showing the email. So let's go ahead and build our components. I'll put this down below in the terminal. And then I'll delete this, the run dev, so that I stay with the run hot, okay? Because it will be giving me the mix. So everything is fine. So I'm going to go ahead and change this from example component to dashboard. So it will be capital D dashboard .view, and then it's going to ask to update others. However, it is giving an error, so which means I need to go to app.js and then change this again to dashboard. and dashboard should be picking from dashboard.vue. Dashboard, okay, .vue, great. So which means I can go now into my dashboard here, and then instead of example, I change this to dashboard. Okay, so we are good to go. So it should be bringing on the same things. Okay. So we are going to go ahead to dashboard.vue here, and we do something to it. I've not imported the view router, but let me explain actually what you need. I may not use this terminal again, so I'll explain the basics. I'll save and refresh so that this clears out. Okay, I really hate it that I'll have to come and refresh here. Okay, so the basics are of a template. So template, however, if I get, there's sometimes when it works or sometimes it doesn't. The view snippet, I hate that. There's one that, let me see if I'll get it. It comes in a template for view 2. Okay, view 2. No. Okay, let me try v template. Here is 2 view template with a default. So now this is the basic. So this is where all your logic that is going to be seen at the front end will be. For example, if I put P, okay, and then I type hi, and then I save, I hate it that I have to refresh. Okay, it has done it automatically here. Here it is, there is a hi. Under the script here, okay, I need to dynamically reflect a few things. For example, instead of this hi here, okay, I need to dynamically read it from the script. So what do? The first thing I do is have a data function, okay. So I'll have a data function, and then, okay, inside the data function, I return, okay, and inside the return, I'll put now an array of data, okay. So I'll put something that is called message, okay. Then the message will be hello. Okay, so how do I display this hello here? So I'm going to put a comma here, and to display the hello, I'll just put that, then add this word message. And then I save. So on the hi, message should be able to be added, so you can see hello, which means we are adding this dynamically there. So what if I wanted to combine these two? Okay, so I want to combine another message, which is greetings, greet, okay, and greet will be equal to name. Okay, so I can say hi, and then also add another, and add greets. Okay, when I refresh, you can see greet plus name. Now the name is Simon. Let us do this again. So we need to dynamically reflect that away from the data function. So we add something after the data function. We add another function called methods. Okay, so methods, I'm going to type v methods so that it is suggested automatically for me. So v methods. Okay, now this is the syntax for a method. So it is methods and then function. So the function here is going to be maybe ask. Okay, the function is going to be ask. Okay, and then in the function ask, we're going to be able to reference method plus the name. So I'm going to take them away from here. okay, method plus the name, okay. So we're going to get, okay, the message, okay, and then we add it from that. So which means I'm going to create another return here, and I call it ask me, maybe, and I make sure it is empty. So we're going to type this dot ask me, okay, is equal to you, or ask who. Ask who. And if I refresh here, okay, we're still getting high. Now, the reason we're still getting high is because we're missing something called mounted property, okay? So I'm going to come here and type mounted, okay? Mounted. But I'll do this with v mounted, okay? And then it will automatically provide the missing items for me. Now, how do I get that? I installed I already installed extensions. Okay, extensions here. There are very many Vue extensions, okay, that will bring in Vue snippets, and you can see, okay, syntax highlight for Vue.js, syntax, so there are code snippets already, okay, and I already installed, for example, this is already installed for me. Okay, so I'll go back to this. So under the mounted property, I'm going to have it run, okay, this dot ask as the function, okay, so I can terminate or not. Okay, so the moment I refresh, okay, so it is running it actually, but we have not reflected it here. So I'll come here, okay, and then type ask me, okay. So ask me is this v model here, okay. And then if I refresh, I expect to see ask who, okay. So what does it mean now? I can now add, okay, message. So it will be this dot message, okay, plus this is JavaScript, this dot greets, okay. So which will give us, okay, it will be hello Simon, okay. I can even add a gap there, but let's see now what we have. So if I refresh, you can see it is hello Simon back again. So now we are going to include a gap by putting quotes, space, and then I put a plus at the end here. Okay. So if I refresh again, hello gap Simon. All right, so we are ready to go, and we're going to be using our Bootstrap Vue at this moment. All right, so what do we need in our Afi farm? One, I'm going to need maybe 2 tabs. All I'm going to need one, but I think the first tab I'm going to have will carry on. First of all, to have unique information about, I think, our profits and our investments so far. Okay, I'm going to have a B container first. B container. Okay. And inside that B container, actually, let me first talk about the other normal divs before I even talk about a B container. All right, so just like you have a div, okay, so where you have a dot container, okay, and it will create a div for you that is the container, and inside that container you have a dot row, okay, and it will create for you a row, and inside that row you're going to have a dot call, so 2 columns, dot call, okay, and the first call will be call 6, and then we're going to have another call again, which call will be call 6. And then inside here, we're going to put a p tag, so p, okay, call 1, and then another p, okay, for call 2, okay, then I do save. All right, so when I refresh, you can see our normal divs. In fact, let me go ahead and give them a background color. So let me do a style. I usually do use inward styling, and I'll have a background color. So this will be red. Background color. This will be, let me choose brown for this. And then the color of the text will be white. So color, white. Hope the color works out very well. And then I'll take that same style here and put it here. And then I put, maybe this can be pink. Just like that. So if I refresh, that's what we have for the 2. So which means I can come this and reduce the size. Okay. Then refresh, right. So again, the container can be fluid because you see it's not extending to the whole, okay? So container, fluid. Okay, and if I refresh, okay, it is taking it all right? So this is still 6, instead it's supposed to be 8, so that it completes the whole thing. If I refresh, you can see it's taking the whole thing. Now, instead of using this, we're going to maintain the same thing by changing these. So instead of writing div container what and what, I'm going to write b, okay, container, okay, then dash fluid. Okay, let's see if we shall have it, if we will have a difference. All right, so I'm getting a warning, and the warning is because even at the bottom, I need to have it as b container. B container, just like that. And then I refresh, and you can see instantly we're having the same results. If I remove the word fluid to show you that it's actually working, okay, and I refresh, you can see it's no longer completing the whole thing. Now, once more, instead of div row, it's going to be b row. So b row, okay? So I don't need the word class row. Okay, and so I need to do the same for the bottom, b row. Okay, and you see we have the row. I'll take back this to container fluid. And then this will be b call, okay? So b call, and then the bottom also will be b call. Okay, it has retained the same thing, and the column width again is still 4 for this. So which means I can come to the same and do b call, and do the same for the bottom here as a b call. Great, so we are sustaining that. So which means anything you had to do with Bootstrap, okay, you can carry on with this. And where do I get this? I need to come to Bootstrap, then I go to the components. Okay, I need to find, okay, I think I've gone very far with the components. I need to find the divs. Okay, if I could find for the divs. No, these are the components I'm looking for. Let me see. Okay. Let me find the divs, and I see if I'll get one. Divs, instead of div, I think I should be looking for, what do they call it? Grid. Okay, so it is under layouts. And this explains the grid layout. You can see B container and then the class for the container. Okay, then B row and then B call. Okay, so B call, B call, B call, and then you can go ahead and read through. Okay, B container, container fluid for the width. Okay, container fluid SM, container fluid, just like that. And then B row is also here, and then B call for the columns. So how do you offset the column? Okay, so B call SM. Okay, so this is it. So B call SM6. Okay, B call LG, just like that. So you just type the B call and then you add the width that you intend to. However, if you need to match the class, it will also take it in, because you can see they included a div here. Okay, so it could be, you know, it generally gets back to you, and you can see what I'm having. So B call calls is equal to 8, which is wider, okay, than the other columns in any case if you need to. All right, so you can see B calls, okay, variable with this content 3 of 3, okay, which was reflected here. So this is B call 5. Anyhow, so you can go ahead and read, but remember this video is about us using Vue.js. So one thing I want to do is I want to make either tabs or routes. All right, so I've gone for about 1 hour, and before I go for refreshments, I want to encourage you to subscribe. We now have 860 subscribers. Please go ahead and subscribe, like, and share. All right, so let's take a short break, and then we return, and then we're going to install the Vue router, okay, so that we can have the dashboard have something, and then we click the link, and then we go to something else, just like that, after being logged in. All right, so let's do that. So we first design our user interface, then we can get anything from the database. All right, so let's go for the short break, and then return. Welcome back. So we're going to go ahead and install the Vue router. Okay, so I'll do open a new shell here, and then you go to the Google Docs, and then take note of this. So we have version 3, okay? We have version 3, so and this version 3, the documentation says that Vue router 3 will work on version 2. So if I go to our, and then Vue router 4, so Vue 3 will use Vue router 4. So if I go to our package.json, and I look at what we have here, okay, so we do have Vue, where is it? Vue 2, okay, so which means we're going to install Vue router 3. So we're going to paste npm install Vue router, and then at 3, so that I enforce the version. Then I tap enter. So it's going to install Vue router 3 for us. Okay, so which Vue router now is in here, and then we're going now to create our routes. Okay, so I'm going to go to, so after us installing Vue router 3, so make sure that the versions, you know, so with Laravel it's still using Vue 2, okay, by default I need to force it to Vue next, so which is Vue at next, which is Vue 3. Now I'm going to go ahead inside the JS, I create another folder and I call it router, okay. Then inside router, I think, no, let me call it routes. So routes, I'll rename it to routes. Okay. And then inside routes, I'm going to create another file and I call it router.js.
Okay, so according to the documentation, we're supposed to import view from view. So import view, is it view from view, something of the sort. And then we're going to import again, that is for the documentation of 3 view router, okay, from view router, okay. And then again we're going to, and then again we're going now to use, okay, view.use, okay, all right, view.use view router. Okay, I don't know if I have to put a termination there. That's now. So then we create a constant that is going to have our routes. So the constant will be routes, okay, v routes, okay, routes, and then it will, be this is supposed to be a constant. So I'm going to go ahead and do some copying and copying just like that, so that we save ourselves time, because this is not this is a project. So I do have my recent projects, okay. So I'm going to copy this and then I explain it. Okay, I'll remove some anyway. All right, so this is a constant. So I'm going to create a constant routes. So I'm going to create a constant routes, okay? Then I put the routes that I need to be in that particular constant. For example, the original one will be dashboard, okay? And then I export constant router. I instance it to the new router object, and then I export routes, and this is the routes array. And then I export the default of router. Now this default of router, okay, is what is taking in this constant. All right, then I go to my entry point, which is up.js, and import. So I'm going to import maybe routes or router from routes, and then stop router. Then here I'll export router. Okay, I'll just put router after the comma. Wait, let's see if it's a success. All right, it's a success. So we're going to go to our dashboard here, and then all we have to do is router link. So to create a link, so router link. Okay, so router link to, okay, to, and then we are router linking to the dashboard. So that dashboard is this, to the name, okay? So, okay, no, router link to, this is a stroke. So router link to, it will be just the stroke, okay? Okay, so I'm going to add a router view. So I'll add another row, B row, okay? And inside that B row, I'm going to add a router view that will be rendering. So the router view will render what our dashboard has. Okay, so do I have, but I do have a dashboard. I think I mixed up the two. So this is the dashboard component, npm run dev. So I'm going to create one folder, and then I call it pages. So it will be pages. I think pages will be different from components, okay? Then this should move to pages, then components are different. So, okay, hope that can update. All right, so I need to go back and do the rendering, especially in the app.js. Then I make sure that dashboard is being got from pages, okay, instead of, okay, we are good to go. So under this, okay, I'm going to create the different routes. So the default route will take us back to dashboard. Then we're going to have another page. All right, so I'm going to create another, which is going to be it's going to be layers dot view. layers.view. Then I'll create another page which is going to be broilers, broilers dot view. Great. So we're going to create a template for layers. Template. I just want view template. No. Template. Which one can I have? No. Okay, let me create a v template and I say vtemp. Here it is with the default, and then I put a p and I'll call this broilers. Great. Then I'm going to just copy this. I take it to layers, and then I'll call this layers. Great, we're good to go. So we need to double check this side. So the first thing we're going to do is make sure that our links are displaying. Okay. So if I go back to dashboard, I'm supposed to create another router link, and I'm going to put it in an a tag. Do I need to put it in an a tag? Okay, this is empty. Okay, so this is dashboard. Great. So I'm going to create a list items, li, unordered list, ul. Okay. Then inside the ul I'll have an li, and inside that li I'm going to have the router link like that. Then again I do my other router link like that. So this one will take us, instead of going to dashboard, so there is router link 2 and router link, and then you put the name in curly brackets. So this will be layers, and then I just type layers here, that's the name, and then this will be broilers, and then I just type broilers here, broilers. Now the routes themselves are not yet here. Okay, so I need to add another path. Okay, I need to add another path, so I think that's why they are not displaying, because they cannot find them. So this path is going to be layers, and I need to import it. So this also will be layers as the component, and then this will be layers. Okay, so I need to import layers, so I'll do import. Okay, import. Okay, even the the dashboard, the default wasn't there. So import dashboard. Okay, from. Okay, we are inside the we're in the routes. So we need to go out, and then we go to pages. Okay, and then we see something called dashboard. Great. Not only that, we are going again to import, okay, layers from. So we are inside the routes folder. We need to go out by putting 2 dots, and then we go to pages, and then we look at layers. So we shall do the same for broilers, and we'll do import. Okay, broilers, import broilers from. Okay, so we go out, and then we go to pages, and then we go to broilers. I think that fixes the problem. Broilers. Great. So with that, we need to create one for broilers. Okay, so this will be for stroke. Okay, broilers, and then this will be capital for broilers, and then lastly broilers. Okay, let's hope we get the results. I'm not getting any refreshments. Why? You've not loaded. Okay, let me add my shell and then do an npm run hot. Okay, but still you would have displayed. Okay, then I think this one stopped because you can see it's showing PowerShell. Okay, so npm run dev. All right, so we have an issue with router. It says it can't get pages broilers, so it is broilers. All right, so I need to rename this to broilers. Broilers. Okay. All right, so I'll run dev. I think I need to fix my npm run hot because it's not giving me the right results that I want. Please load, and with display we need to go to another matter. Okay, I refresh. Okay, here we are. Now, okay, when I click, you can see, and then back to the dashboard. But the dashboard is rendering now the dashboard again. So which means by default, when I click to this, come on, it should bring me the dashboard, but the dashboard is rendering itself. So which means when I come to router.js, okay. Okay, I'll come back to that, but let me first spread out our dashboard. So, which means by default, this shouldn't be the dashboard view, okay? So the dashboard is rendering this. So there should be another view, and this should be a holder view, like a welcome view, okay? So the dashboard is rendering something else, and I do understand that. So which means I'm supposed to create another page, okay, which is going to hold the stats, okay? So let me call it stats, okay, stats dot view, okay. So which stats dot view is going to hold, okay, the stats, like a summary of the stats. So this will be stats, great, and then the dashboard here, it will take us to stats. So the default item should be stats, okay, by default route. So the default item should be stats. So I need to come back to the router and then import stats, okay. So this is stats, okay, from stats, great. And then this instead, it will be just the stroke, and then this should be stats for statistics, and then this can be stats. So the dashboard here will take us to. Okay, so what we're going to do, let us go ahead and let me see, do the terminals, and we do npm run dev. So it should watch for changes and then run what automatically refreshes. Okay, so when I click, you can see it's taking us to start, layers, and broilers. So when I click on dashboard, by default, I want the moment someone clicks home or logs in, okay, they go direct and we shall be seeing stats. So which means I must go to the router.js, and this should take me to stats automatically. So which means, wow. Okay, so the dashboard. So this should take me to stats automatically. So the dashboard is rendering everything, but then this should be mounted automatically. So which means the dashboard should automatically, the first mount should be, the stats. That's what I think. So the first mount in the router should be the stats, or the component of the stats. Okay, so we shall get to that. But you can now see that when we click on dashboard, it goes to stats, layers, and broilers. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to write some, to make sure that this spreads out. I do think we need a B call here. So B call, like B column. Okay, and then the unordered list will be in the B column. So this should be class of call 12, and then deflex flex row, flex row, justify content around, and then align items center. Okay, save and check. Okay, I need that refreshing. Okay, come on, what happened to npm run hot? Okay, I think it's still right. Let me first okay, I need to get home. Right, so everything is distributed well. Stats, layers, and then broilers. Great. So stats, layers, and then broilers. So dashboard should be the default stroke with nothing. So if I come to, let's say, I come to layers, and then I add those tabs. Okay. Okay, then when I go to layers, okay, it hasn't loaded yet, layers yet. Okay, there should be something. So when I go to layers, okay, so when I click on the second tab, yes, it is working. On the first tab, second tab. Okay, so then if you don't use this tab, you can use some other tabs. Okay, like we have these tabs, navigation tabs, and then when you scroll down at the bottom is I think there's an active one with the pill much longer. Let me see. Okay, yeah, this. Okay, so with our tabs, again, we're going to do the same. Content class margin top, okay? We're going to do the same. First of all, in the first tab, I think this is the active tab. It's going to be 1. It can be, because we're going to have content. 1 will be stock. Okay. 1 can be birds. Birds won't. No. Birds won't work. Let birds be on the start, but let it be food stock. Or feeds. In fact, let it be feeds. Then the other, we are looking at layers. The other can be if one is feeds, then the other can be eggs. Then this disabled, I'm going to make it enabled. Instead of eggs, then it can be feeds, eggs, and then the eggs and then sales and profits. Sales and profits. Okay. Great. Then I think we can double check. Okay. Now I need to make sure that the initial row takes us back to. Okay, so when I click on, okay. So it's up to you now to work out what content should go into feeds, okay? What content should go into feeds, what content should go into eggs, what content should go into sales and profits. So let's go again to broilers and we do the same. What do you think we need for broilers? I think we should have season 1 and season 2.
Okay, cycle 1 and cycle 2. Will that work? Cycle 1, and then cycle 2, cycle 2. So this can be cycle 1, and this can be cycle 2.
Then inside cycle 1 and cycle 2, we bring now the other tabs, okay? So inside cycle 1 and cycle 2 is, okay, we bring now the other tabs. Which other tabs will be? Come on, where are you? Okay, so which other tabs will be? Feeds, okay. Then oh, I need to come and add expenditures, the expenditures tab here. Okay, before the profits, the expenditures tab, and then this can be feeds, and then after feeds, instead of eggs, I think we're looking at expenditure. And that's the expenditure on sickness and what, and water, and then sales and profits. Okay, so that is for cycle 1. Then, meanwhile, as cycle 1 is leaving, cycle 2 already started. So we're going to come and do for cycle 2. All right. Okay, then let's come back. So for broilers, we do have cycle 1 and cycle 2, and under cycle 1 and cycle 2 is more items. All right, so we're going to get together again. Let's take a short break and then we come and resume, and then we shall start doing statistical information. I think I may also remove the top part. All right, so let's meet after the break. Welcome back from the break. All right, so let's go ahead and do some modifications. We are now 862 subscribers. Please go ahead and subscribe, like, share, and donate. The donation link is in there. All right, so let's go ahead. Please support. For example, this system is going to be absolutely free, and we shall need support, you know, to make sure that the domain is hosted, and then make sure that we pay for the SSL certificates and people's data can be on. And then we're also going to be designing an API and a mobile application so that the users can also get their data via mobile. So, and I'll be using native script and Vue.js. All right, so let's go ahead. All right, so this is our project and this is our dashboard. It still has stats, the layers, and then the broilers. Okay, so you can
C, I think we are going to continue adding information as we are developing. So I'll go to the dashboard and make sure I design how stats is going to look like. And I think I'll use the Bootstrap cards. So if I go to Bootstrap Vue, okay, then I search for cards. Okay, so I'll get one called the B card. Okay, B cards horizontally out. Let me see what this will give me. All right, so under B cards, I think I'm not going to do so much of styling because I'm not adding any images. I just want statistical information. So we have this, but then we have those that have borders. I think this will work. All right, so I'm going to take the B card deck, okay? I don't know how many do I need. I think one will be okay. So up to this part, so I'm going to take the B card deck. No, the B card deck is a group, okay? So you can have a card deck, like a group of cards, but then this information is the card itself. So I'm going to first copy this, and then I'm going to go to our items. I already have a B row, okay? And then I add, I think I can add a div. So it will be B call, and then the B call will have a calls class, okay? So it will be calls, and then calls will be 12. And then inside is where we're going to put our cards. So you can have a card group, and this card will have a style, okay, where the max width is equal to 8, let it be 20 rem. Okay, so let us see that what that will give us. All right, so I'll click on, this is how I'm refreshing. Since I don't have npm run hot working very well, I have to refresh. So this is a card with 8 rems, okay? So if I'm to make a copy of the card, okay, and put one below here, okay, and refresh, then they are going beneath each other. So that's when our friend comes in handy. And that friend of ours is what? Deflex, okay? So in the B call here, we're going to have a class, which will have a deflex with the flex role, and then justify content around or between. I think between will be the best. Okay, so all right, so it has spaced it very well. I'm also going to put a margin. Do I have a class here? So in the center, I'm going to add a small class. Okay, then I put a margin of 2. And I'll copy this margin thing, and then I put also here, margin of 2. Okay, so which means if I add more cards, I get more cards, then paste several, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then refresh. Okay, they are on, but they are not going below. So what can I do? Okay, I can create a card deck, because I don't know, 20 rems. Okay, let me first do, and I see, because 20 rems seems to be more. What are they going to do? Are they going to just pile like that? Okay, so we do have something in we do have something in the deflex. I know of it, but I think I'm not going to apply it because we don't need that many. but there's some property in the deflex that pushes items once they fill the flex material, right? So I don't think I'm going to do it. I'll be frank, because I'll be first of all, I'll be making the tutorial longer, and then, you know, I'll be making the tutorial longer. So I think what we have is already enough, because I haven't even touched statistics. Okay, so we're going to record like statistics of number of birds we have. I'm going to put number of layers, number of broilers, and then mortality, things of the sort. So we're going to go to our stats, okay? Then we add that. I think the first, which will be the title, and the variant should be included. Okay, so the header should be, for example, for this one, number of layers, number of layers, and then the other should be great. So let's go ahead and do something else. We won't stay on that. Now, by default, you can see that when I press on home, okay, it's not loading this by default, okay? Remember, we have a mounted property, okay? So I want it to load stats by default. So let me first go to dashboard.view, and then in the mounted property, okay? Or let me first show you that it really loads by default. So I'll put a p tag here, okay? P, and then I include I have been loaded or mounted. The truth is mounted. So which means by default, it should display something there, okay? So I'm going to go and hit the welcome, then go. And then you see I have been mounted. So which means by default, it is loading something. But instead, it is waiting for us to first click on the what? On the dashboard. Okay. So what does it mean? It means I can do this. I can come to the mounted property here, then write something, okay? So it can be, so that something is a default route if what it should do first if the item is loaded. So I'm going to route, or to make sure that it first loads the stats route, okay? Because when I come and click here, it goes to the stats route, okay? So what should I do? I'm going to write that this, okay, this dot route, okay, so this dot router dot push, okay, to now by default the stroke. So whenever it is mounted, it should go by default to the stroke. So let me click on home again. Okay, by default, it should load the dashboard. So it should be, let me see, this dot route dot push. Okay, this is supposed to be $. This dot router dot push. So there must be a $sign. I'd forgotten that. So by default, you can see it is routing to the dashboard. So if I wanted to route to layers by default, okay, which means this should be this dot router dot push stroke layers, because our router.js, we have stroke layers. So look at this. When I come to home and I click, by default it goes to layers, and you can see it showing eggs, okay, not the dashboard. But I have been mounted is there because it's outside the route. So it's not routed dynamically, it's a default. So I can take it away. Okay, then the other thing I want to do, I want to make sure that the route is actually dynamic, captured, okay? And I want to use the default dashboard to only be rendering. So I'm going to go to our components here, then I create a link component, or yes, a links component or route component. What should it be? Okay, so I'm going to have, let's say, for to save time, let me call it links.component. Okay, links.view. Okay, then links.view will take a default view template, and then instead, because I'm not rendering, I may not need this, but I'll leave it in case I want to style or do anything dynamically. So I'm going to come to the dashboard and then take this, okay? I take this row, okay, so that I remain with only the renderer here, okay? Then I come to links, okay? Then I paste that. All right. So I've pasted this. Now I need to bring it back in here so that it can display. So I'm going to import. So I'll import, and then I'll import links, okay? And then I'll, let me see, links for dashboard links, okay? But I think links can work. I'll import links, and then from, so dot, because we need to go out of the dashboard, and then go to components, okay? And then go to links.view, okay? Then I need again to call links as a component. So I'll look for a component, okay? So we have these V components, like the component is an array that is going to register a component name, then you just call it. So this component will be links, okay? And then I just need to come here, okay? And I call links. It already has a row there, but I think I need to be organized here, so, and I'll call links, okay? And then I give it a self-closing tag, just like that, okay? So let us see, when I click and go to home, links should be there. Okay, here it is. So I can click again, or by default it's still going to layers. Okay, I need to just change that here in the dashboard so that it goes to the root. Okay, so by default I can still click, and the only thing the other one is doing is render, okay? So which means I can always call the links in any other section that I needed. Okay, so we're going to take a break, and then we go on to fill in these tables, to create these tables, or to create the required table when the user registers, okay? And then the stats should be able to be displayed here. All right, so let's take a short break, and we'll meet, okay, in a few minutes. Let's go and take some little water. All right, welcome back. So do not forget again to subscribe to our channel, comment, like, and share. Now, unless you comment, okay, we cannot be able to know or view, get to know, like, what you really want us to do. So you comment, suggest, okay? So we're going to have issues. For example, I was a bit skeptical on adding the GitHub link, and then I got a comment from a client, okay? If I can show you my comments. Okay, it's under notifications. It must be under notifications. So I got a comment from a subscriber. I'm calling the person a client, and they are like, "Thank you so much. Where can I find the source code, please?" Okay, so this I had to add the what? I add to add the Git link. Okay, so I do encourage you to comment, okay, subscribe, share, and then, you know, we can have more subscribers. So I want to hit 1,000 subscribers. That's the first milestone, and I'm rushing onto that. All right, so let's go ahead. Enough of the yitty talk. So we're going to now create our tables, okay, and then we shall have the statistics display. All right, so with that said, I'm going to add a terminal here, and then I'm also going to make sure that I'm displaying migrations. So I think I need to bring this closer or wide. It depends. So I'm going to go to databases and I go to migrations. I have only 2 migrations. That's the one for creating a user. All right, so we already went through that, the creation of the user. So I'm going to create 2 tables. There are going to be 3 tables. Okay, so we're going to run PHP artisan make migration create underscore, the first will be layers underscore table. Okay, so we're going to give it time to create the table, and then we go ahead and create other tables. So at the beginning, it may take time. At the beginning, it may take time, but then it will adopt. Let's go ahead and create 2 other tables. The table for the broiler cycle 1, and then the table for broiler cycle 2. Great. So this is going to be a one, like the table is going to have very many columns. Some will be mathematical. So I'm not going like to separate. I want one user to have one row, okay, with several columns, okay? Because this is going to be a free system. I don't want to have complicated managements where every record is going to be done. So each record will be updating just a record. So which means most of the things are going to be on by default. So I'll go to layers, and then under layers, I'm going to record this. First, I'm going to record the table, and the integer will be number of hens, okay. Then by default, the default unit will be 0. Now, the reason I'm putting the default units is because it is going to update, okay? It's going to update every time a user adds something, but it will be created. Every time a user is registered, it will also registers, it will automatically work with the system. So again, I'm going to have a table where I'll record an integer feeds that will be in weight, and then the default again. So I won't mind whatever or status or what, but it's a calculation of how many feeds, like what amount of feeds you've spent on them, okay? So which means daily you will be recording the feeds. Now we can even have an average of daily feeds ever since, okay? But that can be calculated, daily feeds times the number of days so far covered. It will be calculated by the other side on the front end. So again, we're going to take now the mortality. So integer, and then we are taking in mortality, and the default again will be 0. the default for mortality, like how many number of birds you've lost since you started. Then again, table.
Okay. And this table is going to take in an integer of number of eggs. And the default will be 0. Default will be 0. Again. Then again the table will take in integer of eggs sold, number of trays sold. Let me call it sold trays. Sold trays, which will be, again, by default, 0.
So we're going to have a foreign key, okay? So this will be FK. So it's going to be an integer and it will be an FK user, okay? An FK user will be the user ID from the users table. So we already have the users table. Is it, in fact, is it users here or user from the users table? Great. So we are done with the layers, okay? So I'm going to take the same and do it in broilers, but this time around I think we shall look at the birds sold at the end of the season, okay? Okay, so we need to go back to users and we find a way of recording something else. We could record donations, or we shall add the transactions table if we want to, but I think let's start with that. So we're going to go to the registration. Registration, first of all, we're going to create a model. So PHP artisan make model, and the first model we're going to have will be layers model. So make model layers, and I'm going to come to that. Then I'm also going to make, okay, so the model is here, make models layers. So there it is. I think we can start with the layers and then we go on, okay? So which means we need to run a PHP artisan migrate to migrate our table. And we shall also see how to create the installation in any case if you get onto the package, so that it installs and records the first default, because you want to be the owner, you know, in any country or what. We're going to go to Farm Lite. Then we see this. So we have a migration for layers. Here they are. Okay, and then we have that and that and that. So I'm going to go to the model, okay? Okay, so protected, protected fillable, and our table is layers. Our table is layers in the database, and we're taking in one number of hens. Number of hens. Seven, is that how it's spelled the other side? 7, we are taking in profits, then 8 expenses. So this will be profits,
then 8 expenses, then FK user is the foreign key for the user. So FK user is just the foreign key for the user, and that's how I record it. All right, so we have that. So we need to make sure that there is a record done. So we're going to write a controller, but we already have a registration controller, and that's what we should do first. I want when the user registers, something is done by creating the two columns, or all the columns that are required, okay? So which means I'm going to create a model for them. Okay, let's first do one example for automatically creating something for the layers, okay? So I'm going to go to now the registration, okay, where we used to register. So I'm going to go to the controllers, okay? Then I look for the auth controller, then I look for the register controller, okay? So under the register controller, what do I need to do, okay? So I can write different, what should it do, and like after creating the user, you should go ahead and run this and this function, okay? So that's what I'm going to do. So we are going to modify the create user to also register a user, okay? So let's do this. So one thing I'm going to do, should I create a new user? I'm going to create a new user, okay? And I think let me go and migrate again so that we start with a whole new user. And I can have to log out. Okay, then we register user. So I'm going to clear off all migrations, or even delete the table, because we literally have, delete the tables, because we literally have nothing. So I'm going to drop and then run a PHP artisan migrate. So, okay, so let's go ahead and migrate. So PHP artisan migrate. Okay, it will take in all tables. Okay, so which means now we have no user registered yet. We're going to register a new user, okay? I think we can even give the user a role, because right now we need a user to have a role. Then also now if I come back here, I need to log in, okay, because I have no, but we are going to get a user role or the admin user or something of the sort, and we shall come back to that, I think, in the advanced part. But let me peruse through this and then we get done. All right, so what we're going to do, this function is directly returning a user created. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to return the user variable. So I'm going to change this into a variable. Okay, so let me take this off, and also, let me take this off and also take this off. So okay, please pull down the terminal. So we're going to first return, okay, so $reg user, like register user, is equal to user and that, okay? So which means when a user is registered, something should happen. So I'm going to have a debug to show us the results when a user is registered, okay? Okay, so that should be that, and it should return to us in green. So I'm going to go ahead and register the first user. So I'm going to just put, for example, anyone, and then I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then register. Okay, unknown variable did I put it as a variable? Okay, but the user is registered. I think we're going to have to register any two. So any two, okay, with the use of any two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Then I register, and it returns now this array. After registering, it returns all the properties, the fillable properties, the hidden properties, and then it's also going to return the attributes. So you see it has registered any two, and it can also get us the ID. So which means I can get any two and point into the ID of any two, okay? So of course I cannot refresh to register, okay? So I'm going to register any three, and I see, so any three, so any three, okay, which will be any three here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Then I register. So you can see it returns the ID. So which means now we can use this, we can create for this ID. So the first thing is we're going to use that application. So we're going to choose to use, okay, use that function. So use the model. Use, okay, under models, and then the model you're going to use is going to be layers. Okay, then terminate. When we go to the mode of layers, we only need the FK user because the rest are coming on by default. Okay, so we're going to go to the register controller, okay? Then we do this. So let me first comment this out. So we are going to, okay, like create all, okay, dollar create layers, okay, dollar link to layers, which is going to equal to, okay, now layers, okay, then create, okay, so layers create, and then we are creating, but the only thing that is not, you know, asked by default is the FK user. So instead now the FK user is going to point into reg user and ID is what we're going to capture, okay? Then I think that will be with a comma, and then you can decide to return user, okay? So return user, return reg user, which will take us to direct to, okay, I need to terminate this. So return reg user. Okay, so which means when I go back here to any, I'm going to create any 4 with an email of any 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Then I register, okay. So let's hope we have no, okay, this is models, so I do have an issue here, but the user is registered. So it's models layers. Is this capital M? Models. Okay, it's supposed to be use up models. Okay, so which means we're going to register. Okay, if I go back to my database and refresh and tap on users, I already have all those users I've created. Okay, so which means I'm going to now to register any 5. So let's go ahead and create any 5. Okay, where is it? So any 5, and then password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Then register. Okay, which is taking us to the dashboard, and the first user is any 5. Okay, so if I go to my tables and I look under layers, okay, here is a value for any 5. So the FK user is 5. So which means we can reference the FK user, okay, to determine, okay, which ID is this one. So which means only of these will, of these other users will also have one column where they will register the number of hens they have, the feeds, the water, and everything should be able to update. Great. So let me go ahead and clean out everything again, and then make sure that when they register also, the broiler, okay, the broiler cycle 1 and broiler cycle 2 is also fully registered. So I'll just do that to be clean. Okay, so I'm going to drop them. I'll just do that to be clean at the first time rather than having spaces in my database. So I'll run a PHP artisan migrate again. Then we do that. So, which means we're going to create a model that is going to take in the layers, okay? So we are going to do a PHP artisan make model, so broiler cycle 1, broiler cycle 1, and then do broiler cycle 2. Okay, so I need to know what is in those models. So I'm going to come to the tables, migrated. Then I look for broiler cycle 1. And then, of course, it's the same number of birds, feeds, water, mortality, profits, expenses, and then FK user. So I'll just copy this, I think, and then put it in the model. So where is broiler cycle 1? The good thing, what is in broiler cycle 1 can work in broiler cycle 2 because it's just a season. So, okay, so I'm going to choose, let me see. I think one other thing we can put for broiler cycle, we can register the month of entry. That's just an idea. What I can do, I'm going to record it here in the comments so that anytime I remember. So month of entry. So that instead instead of referring to them as broiler cycle 1 and broiler cycle 2, we are referring to them based on the month of entry. All right, so we have number of birds. This is number of birds, don't forget. Number of birds, then feeds, then water, mortality, number of eggs does not apply, number of trays and expenses. Okay, so we're going to copy this, and this should be broiler cycle 1 as the table. Broiler cycle 1 as the table. So we're going to copy the same for broiler cycle 2. Broiler cycle 2. And then all is needed again is the FK user. So broiler cycle 2, it's giving me a warning, okay, because the closing curly bracket is off. Great, so which means when we go back to the registration, I'll take away this. We can now also create, okay, we link to broilers 1, link to broilers 1, okay, and then also link to broilers 2. Link to broilers 2. So which means, again, instead of layers, we shall be registering to broiler cycles. So we're going to come and use up. So use up stroke models stroke. So the app is in models stroke broiler cycle 1. Cycle 1. Terminate, then do the same for broiler cycle 2. So use app models broiler cycle 2. terminate. So which means we just need to instance them here. So it will be broiler cycle. Sorry, I'm taking the whole of that. I just need only broiler cycle. I don't need to use up again. Great. So broiler cycle 1 instead of layers, and then broiler cycle 2. Okay, but I think we have achieved what we needed for the users. And if I go to the broilers, you can see we have 3 users and 2 just like that. All right, so it is time for us to read what we have for the logged in user. So meaning, at the moment someone gets to layers, we should be able to display what should be in the table of layers, okay? So we should be able to display the feeds, the eggs, okay? The source, profits, and whatsoever. So I do think I'll generalize the birds with the feeds as it is, then take these others selected differently, because I want the user to be able to see this, let's say, number of birds here and the feeds in one table. So maybe I can rename. Then I can also check the eggs, number of trays collected, then now the sales and profits here. So how many sales have you made, and then the profits based on the eggs that you have. I don't know how I'll calculate that, but we shall find a way. All right, so let's be able to read. And before we read, I need a Vue X store. So we're going to go to our Google, and then we type Vuex or install Vuex. Install Vuex. Okay. So Vuex installation, install Vuex save. I don't know if I need to look through the versions, but since I've ever used it, okay, so it's coming back using our code gripper. So let me see. Here is those of you who want to use the CDN, okay? So install, this is for version 4, okay? So if I read, I think, let me go to version 3 and see what's given for us. This is a doc for Vuex 3, which works with Vue 2. If you are looking for docs of Vuex 4, which works with Vue 3, do this and this. Right, so me, I'm going to install, I think, Vuex for Vue. Okay. So, at next save, hope I can install direct, but I'll do install Vuex the other ordinary way so that it doesn't take in the latest version. So let me come in here and then choose to npm install Vuex save, so which I'm going to put in one of my package managers. Or no, I'll put in this. So I just spray it installs version 3, or else I'll have to, but I can't install version 4. So I'll go to my package.json, and then we are going to return. It's supposed to come under dependencies. Hope it doesn't take long. So meanwhile, as we install Vuex, we can go for a short break, take some tea, then return. All right, so it's giving the legacy dependencies, and what I need to add the word force. So save and then force. Okay. So hope I don't get version 4, or else I think I'll need to specify which will be install. Okay, it has installed version 4. I think it has installed version 4. Which won't work. So we're going to do npm remove remove, then we shall specify which version, okay? npm remove, okay. Then we're going to do another npm install, okay? Then I put at 3. I don't need to force, maybe. I don't need to force, but let's go with that. Okay, Vuex 3.62 is installed for us. All right, so we can go ahead and work, oh, sorry, I pressed save there. We can go ahead and work with Vuex 3, where we're going to have our routes and make requests. But before we do that, we can make a single Axios request. Already Axios is installed by default when we're installing our, it's a dependency when we're installing our development. So we can go to non-stats and we can go to layers, and then we're going to make a method. Okay. So let's go for a short break, then we come back and see what we can do. Welcome back from the break. So let's go ahead and continue with our project, and do not forget to subscribe, like, and share. Okay, so let's go ahead. Right now we have 862 subscribers, only 18 in the last 28 days, but let's go ahead and do what we're supposed to do. Don't forget to like and share, donate, okay? Because now this project is going to be free. It's a pilot project. If it works, we need support to make sure that we pay for the server time and whatsoever. All right, so previously, we wanted to display data, for example, concerning the eggs, the broilers, and whatsoever. So we want the moment someone comes in, of course, the dashboard will be having just statistics. So we're going to first deal with layers, and then we'll go to the 2 seasons of broilers. So when we go to broilers, we shall be looking at the 2 seasons. So I need to display the layer information here, okay? And one thing I'm going to do is make sure that I connect to the authenticated user, and then we check if we are actually getting the right information. So we're going to do the basic, and then we shall use the view router that we've installed. All right, so let's go ahead. So we are going to go to, I think, let me see. We're going to go to layers, okay? Then under layers, we're going to do something. All right, so I'll minimize this so that we have more space. So under layers, we're going to create methods. I'll just do VM methods, v methods. But you can type methods and then you do the method name, okay? So the method is going to be, let's say, get layers, okay? Then I include information for get layers. So it's get layers, I'm interchanging things. All right, so the method is going to be get layers. We already have Axios installed, so I'm just going to come and do a Google search of the Axios get method, the basic one. So Axios get for Vue. Okay, so we have an upvote here. Okay, so this is for a post. I'll just change this to a view. So let me upvote, and this is because I have Gripper installed. So I'll just take this. We already have the method. Our method is already called get layers. So I'll just copy this. So this is the basic. However, there is a better one for having setting the base URL and whatsoever. But this is the basic, because for us, we're not sending tokens. You know, the user is already logged in. So I'll get this, okay? I'll copy this, sorry, only this, because I already have the method. Then I come and put it in here, okay? So I may need an async and await, okay? So that's no challenge. Okay, so when someone posts, okay, it's not going to be a post we are getting. When someone gets information, it is taken to the URL. So which URL we are creating? So I'll do stroke, maybe get layers. get layers. Okay, then I'm going to go to our web routes. First of all, I'm going to create a route that a controller that I'm going to call the layers controller, and it will be helping me. So I'm going to create the layers controller. So I will do PHP artisan. I'll first do a command C so that and then I clear. So let me clear that first. Then I'm going to do a PHP artisan, okay, make controller. Then I make a layers controller with a capital C on controller, layers controller. Then I press enter. Okay, so let's begin with the layers. We shall do others. So if we go to our controllers, I have a layers controller. Okay, so this layers controller is going to have a function. So let us first make the route that goes to the layers controller. Okay, so I need to come back to our web, and then I do a route. Okay, so I can just do this and type layers because I may have several routes for the CRUD. Okay, layers, just like that. So we're going to have a route, okay, which will take in a get method, and then it will do a stroke get layers, okay, and then it will take in to the array, which will be operating under up stroke http stroke in the controllers folder, and then stroke in the layers controller. And then it is over class, so that is a class. The layers controller is a class. And then we go ahead to now look into the methods. So the method can be different, but however, I'm going to give it the same as the URL. So get layers, and then I go ahead and terminate. All right, so which means I need to go to get layers, okay? So the layers controller here, and then I create one called a public function. So public function, get layers, okay, which will be empty because it's not taking in. And then we do now use up here. So use up stroke models stroke layers, okay, because we're going to be tapping from layers. Then what we can do here, okay, is do that all layers, okay, user layers, but I'm going to tap the user layers is equal to layers all, okay. Then I'm going to return a response. So return, because we expect a return when we get the when we make the request. So return, okay, a response, and which response is into the response function is looking at receiving or giving us JSON data. So which JSON will take in the user, okay. Right now I'm putting it as user, but it's supposed to be user layers. So it will take in user layers. Okay, watch the space because this needs to be. So right now nothing will be done because I need to make sure that whenever this is mounted, that thing happens. So I'm going to go to our layers.view, so layers, and then I write now, because this is the method, okay, so this is the method, and that's where it stops. I'm going to write the mounted property. So mounted, when it's mounted, okay, when it's mounted, so I usually want to have the other auto-generated for me. So vMounted, okay. So when it's mounted, we want this, okay, dot. Now the method which is get layers, run by default the moment it's mounted. So we shall get, when we click on it, okay, we should get something here. But now it is working once it is mounted, okay? So let me first go to home, then click. So if we click on layers, okay, here it is, it's giving us a request failed with a status of 500. All right, so that's when we get to the inspect. So I'll do right click, then I choose inspect. Okay, then I'll click on network. I'm going to do that again. I don't know if it will. Okay, here it is. And then let's see what error that we are getting. So it's returning a response and a function does not exist. So it says function does not exist. So let us check our code again. We go to web and then it is get layers. Okay, so we have an error here. This is supposed to be inside. So sorry for that. And that's where the issue is. Okay, this time around when we click on broilers, then we click on layers. Okay, so it has returned the response, but the response is like object, object, object. But when I click on our inspection of the network, it has returned all users. Okay, so but we do not want to display information for all users. Instead, we want to display information for that auth or that logged in user. Okay. However, if you want to display all users at a go, you will be looking into these arrays, but don't worry. So what are we going to do? Should I go around? Okay, let me go around and show you how to display all users. Just in a nutshell. So we're going to go to all layers, okay? And then we want to display all users. So when we shall run this function when the item is mounted, then instead of the alert, okay, we're going to get, first of all, we're going to return, to write a data function. So v data, okay, so vm data, this function, it will give us the, oh no, so v data, should be able to give us, okay. Then the return value here is going to be maybe all user layers, and then this will be empty. All right, so instead of response.data, let's first return this value. I'll just do it somewhere above here. I'll do a B row. And then inside the B row, okay, I'm putting the, let me put the B row inside the div because it's showing me issues. And then inside this B row, I'm going to do a P, okay? And then the P will take in this all user layers, okay? So which means it should be able to display the word value, okay? So when mounted, should be able to display the word value. And okay, when mounted it should. So which means I should here also return this dot all user layers. Oh, I don't need to terminate by the way there. Okay. So when mounted, that should occur. Come on, I'm not getting it displayed. Should I display it in the eggs column? Okay, instead of giving it a different one, okay. So let me display it in the feeds column by default, and we see what happens because, okay. Okay, let me first do this. I think, let me make sure that it's not cached. Okay, here it goes. I think it was cached. So instead of value, I want to display all users returned, okay? So I'm going to come to this response.data and say, okay, this dot all users, because it's already going to be in this function, so I'm terminating it from here. And I'll just do that. I don't need this now. So I'm going to come here and return this dot all users, all user layers will equal to, okay, response.data. Response.data. We must create a special variable called before we use this. So what we're going to do, we're going to create var, which is equal to this, okay? So var x, then we call x, okay, dot all the layers, and we see what we get. Okay, but we have another independent solution, so let's see. So when I click on home and then click on layers, okay, all layers is not defined yet. So let me shift the x, the var x before the Axios request, then save. Okay, I should be able to get some results. Let me see. If I click, I'm still getting the same error. Let me first make sure that the page is mounted again. Okay, and if I click, okay, here is the array. So we're going to loop through this array and display. Now, I don't need to initiate var x. Instead, I'm just going to remove the function here, okay, then and use the arrow pointer, because that will be better. So I'll do point like that, then also remove function here, and then use arrow pointer. Okay, I guess this time around I should get the same results. So when I click on home, okay, then click on layers. Okay, so x is not defined, sorry. I should now this time around choose to use this dot. Okay, so Laravel, then click on home, and then click on layers, and then the same is displayed. So I'm going to look through this to display now the items. All right, so what I'm going to do is all right, so before we continue to display the list, I encourage you to go ahead and subscribe, and do not forget to hit the notification bell, because I have 862 subscribers, but only 81 hit the notification bell. Please go ahead and hit the notification bell so that you do not miss out beautiful content like this one. All right, so we're going to proceed again. Feel free to donate, okay? Feel free to donate. The donation link is here, Give Crank Luger. So you just come to gumroad.com. The link is down in the description. And then you look at Donate to Crank Luger. So when you click on Donate to Crank Luger, okay, it will open up. And then feel free. I do have lots of items for you. For example, I do have now, I've fixed the NPM run hot. And the fix is there in the description, however, in one of the contents. However, you can also access it via GitHub for this project. For example, I'm using GCC. I'm going to add XXXX. Then I just save, and it will update automatically, as you can see in this corner. All right, so I'll let that back to you. All right, so we're going to go ahead down to the feeds now. We need to display the feeds. So one thing I'm going to do is scroll up here, okay? And then I'm going to make a div up here, or a row, in fact, B row. Then I put that in temporarily. Okay, so which is displayed up here. So if you need to display an item, okay, just a single item from the array, I just want to talk about that trick. For example, this array has, I need to remove these corners here. So what do? I can go into the array and I look at the first object, which is 0, and I save. That's what it will give me. It will give me the first object, okay, which is ID number 1. If I look at this, the second object, which is 1, it will give me ID number 2 or 3, okay? But remember, this is for all, so 3 is empty. Okay, so remember we're iterating for all because I want to show you how we loop through. So I'll come to this where we have the content for the feeds, and I'll do a v4. So v4, okay, and I'll look for brackets. I'll do layer, okay, comma, index. Now the index in that array, okay. Then I look in, okay, all user layers. In all user layers. And if I save, I have an issue here because I need to add the key. However, it has brought this up. Now, this warning here is what they call is an ESLint warning, okay? So in most cases, it will work, okay? So all I need to do is reference layer, okay? And then it's going to display all that data of layer. So it has ID1, ID2, ID3. So I can decide to display dot, okay? Let's say ID.id. So it's going to display for me ID1, ID2, ID3. Then I'm also going to add the number of feeds, okay? So I can do comma, number of feeds, feeds amount or feeds, okay, like that, and then I just put dot feeds. Dot feeds. Okay, you can see. Then dot whatsoever, eggs and what. So which means this content that is coming, then it can be put on different things. So if the other v4 is looking for feeds, then I can do another in this tab to display the eggs and its cells, okay? Then I'll do another in another tab, just like that. All right, so that's how it's done. Now, for us to eliminate this warning, we need to add a key, okay? It is a must, I think, with ESLint, so key, and then the key in this case will be an index. So a key is like the iteration that it looks onto. All right, so you can see how npm run hat is good. So please donate and get the script, donate and support. All right, so right here we are displaying all for all users, yet we want to display for the logged in user, okay? So what do I need to do? So which means this is unnecessary for the moment. And then I'll tell you the truth, this too is unnecessary, okay? This that we're displaying is unnecessary, but I'm going to show you how to go about with it. All right, so we're going to go back to our controller, layers controller, and instead, okay, we're going to find, okay, layers where the ID is the logged in ID, okay? So layers where the FK user is the logged in ID, okay? So we are going to do where the FK user is auth. So you just put comma auth user and then ID. Okay, so which means I need to include that we can get. Okay, so here I'm returning that response. But by the way, one of the reasons it has not reloaded is because this is PHP. The other side is Vue. Okay, so one thing I need to do, the user is already logged in as Kamia Simon. I don't know if Kamia Simon has. So let me click and then come back to home. I surely won't find a thing. You see, it's giving us a status 500 because the response we sending to get, okay, is something different. Okay, so we're going to go ahead to the network and then we double check. So I'll do broilers, come back to layers. Okay. So let's check, and it's talking about the auth not being found. Okay, so I expected that warning. So the auth not being found. Okay, we need to iterate the auth to show that the user is authenticated, the auth facades. So you just copy that and put. You can pause the video and then look through that. Then I'll also use app stroke models stroke user. Is it user or users? I think it is user, not users. Okay, let me check the models and see. It is user. Okay. So let's try again, this time around, broilers and then layers. Great. You can see we've got it all. So under layers, we have user number 1, that, and that. And this is what I've chosen to display for that part. So which means in the same column, I will display for eggs. Okay. In the same column, I can display for water. So this can have feeds which will be water and what and what. So we are good to go. So I'm going to log out this user. Oh, by the way, I have an issue with my logout here. I don't know why. I know why, I think. It's because when I use the view routes, okay, there is an issue. So I'll just do some little thing and then put it a bit on a lower place. I'll just put a button. So I'll come to our app layout. Then I do a div here. And then I'll copy it as it is here. And then I'll paste it down here. We can put that right later, so it's not something I should be worried about. Okay. So that it's not in our routes. And the reason the refreshment does not do is because the other one is PHP. So this is the logout. Great. The other one is PHP. So I'm going to log in as which other user? Anyone, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I think I have 2 users, 3 users. All 2. Okay, so anyone is on, and then, okay, so this is data for anyone. So let me go and try and change it manually in the database so that you can see that we actually have things. You know, it automatically updates here the number of birds, so they are reducing. Then sold trays and what is 0. So I go ahead and change. So if I come to broilers, come back to layers, you can see, which means we are good to go. So I'm going to make feeds and water here. And I may give them a card to make them look beautiful. Okay? So, and then we shall see how to, you know, I'll add something here to always add feeds or water. I'm going to design when you can add the card, okay? Feeds and water, so we can do that. And I think we can take a break right now. Then we return back and then work out the cards and how to send data to the other side. And then we shall later on go on with the storage, that is Vuex. Right, so let's go for a small break. And do not forget to subscribe, like, or hit the notification button, comment, so that our videos are suggested to more developers. Thank you, let's go for a break. Thank you so much, and I welcome you back. Welcome back to our channel. My name is Kamya Simon. So this is we're going now to start building the UI. Please do not forget to subscribe, like, and share. Okay, you recently liked our product or project, and it was the mini sales tracking system. Go ahead and watch the videos. Okay, it shows that even 5 more people have subscribed. Okay, so you go ahead and watch the videos, subscribe, comment, like, and share. Okay, so due to this, I'm now creating a poultry system that I feel I'm going to open to the public, and then, you know, each individual will have only one column, one row, and several columns, but they will be following up statistics of a poultry season, that is in layer hens or broilers, and in the broilers we shall have 2 cycles. So we've managed to get content for 1 person, okay, and then we're going to put it right, I think, because in the recent video, in the recent part, I was talking about, okay, how people can be able to access data for several individuals, and then we changed it to 1 individual through the auth and also the controller. Okay, so the controller is the layers controller. Okay, and then we are looking at the auth get, or in fact we are looking at auth get, and then we were able to loop through everything. Okay, so this time around, what we need to do, we want to display for that particular individual direct. So we're going to put first, okay? So if we are using get, we come to our layers view, and then we add that the first ID of data, because if I come to this and I remove, for example, ID, okay, it is displaying for that particular person, okay? Just because here it's using a get. So which means we need to come here and get from the first index of the what? Of the array. So it will be this, now it will no longer display items in the array, but it will display the array object itself, okay? So from the array object, that's why it's bringing feeds, because it is looking at 1 item, but instead what we need to do here, we no longer need to loop, okay? We no longer need to loop, but rather we just need now to go through this content. So which means instead of layer, okay, let me first rename this to layers instead of all layers. So I'll do layers, and then make it empty. So instead, this will be this dot layers, okay? And then if I come back, okay, and then click on layers, mix is still loading, broilers, layers. Okay, I'll first go back to home, then come back, then click on layers, okay? Oh, nothing is displaying. This dot layers, and then get layers, okay? Okay, layers, and then this should be layers.id, sorry, and then layers.feeds, and then instead, okay, that is it. So you can see it is giving us the ID of 2 and then the feeds, okay, but it's not displaying anything because now this is getting it from all layers, which is right now empty. All right, so what do we need to do? So the eggs, we'll come to the eggs. Then the sales and profits will come to that, and then that and that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and update. Now we clean up our user interface. I'm going to get the Bootstrap Vue. Now I'm going to look at a card with an image. I don't know which one should be the best. Statistical information on one side, and that's why I was talking about, you know, actually all these tabs not, you know, serving any good purpose, because I could have lots of information here. But separating them, I think, makes it also easy for the client, so that the feeds are in there, you know, if they want to get number of feeds and what, or else I would have displayed them in one single table like this. But let me do some beautification. So I could have, because this is where I'm going to aim to add, I think I will create an add button. So let me do this. I'm going to come to the card. I don't know which card should be, you know. I need a card that can hold enough information and also make the thing look beautiful. This is a long card. This is not a bad card. This here is not a bad card. Okay. And this also is not a bad card. I think the horizontal, this horizontal kind of card is not bad. So I'm going to copy this, okay? I'm going to copy this, then come and paste it in here for the field of the eggs. Okay, let's refresh, and then we see what we have. Okay, we have our card. We don't have the image. The image has loaded finally. So I'm going to replace the image with an image link from FreePic. No, not FreePic. Unsplash.com. Unsplash.com. Okay, I want to get layers. So layers, layer hens or something of the sort. Let's see what Unsplash can give us. So layer hens, layer hens. Okay. I do need the captivating bird, not mortality birds. Sorry for that. Okay, these are not bad links. I think should be poultry feeds. Poultry feeds. We're first looking at the number of birds. We're first looking at the number of birds. No. We already have the number of birds on the dashboard. So this should be poultry feeds. If we get any. These are not bad images. Yes, this is not a bad one. I'm going to have the image linked online so that we do not have issues as such. Okay, so I'm going to right click, then I choose copy image address, okay? Then I get to our project here, then replace the image source here with that link. Okay. Let us see if it loads. Well and good, but not, I think the height does not equate. So we're going to put feeds so far, okay? I think I can work on the image height, but that's the styling maybe. So let the title of the card be feeds. Feeds. All overall season feeds. Overall season feeds. Okay. Overall season feeds. That's quite a huge. Okay, so the card test here, we can put now which is going to be the feeds so far recorded. So it will be, oh, I do hate these dogs when I'm recording. So season feeds, so it's going to be, we have layers dot feeds, layers dot feeds in kilograms. Okay. Kgs. Okay. So which is 243 kgs. So I'll put it in a p tag, or in fact, I want it huge. So this is going to be in an H3, then the kgs will be in a p tag, but will it be on the same line? Okay. So I'll do a p tag and include an H3 there. Okay, it doesn't make sense. I think I can span. Okay, let me see. It doesn't make sense anyway. I think I can span. Okay, span. So span, I'll put a badge. So span kgs. Okay, there you go. So that is for the feeds. What of for the water? Okay. So we're going to have another card. I think my card is also a bit small. My card could be a bit small, so this is for the card. Okay, B row and card body. B card. Okay. So I'm going to create another card. I think I can have this as a B row. Do I have a B row up there already? B row. Okay, and inside the B row, we're going to add the card and whatsoever. So inside the B row, we're going to have two cards. So that's the first one. Okay. And then this is the second card. So the second card is going to be for overall season water. And this will be in liters. Okay. So this will be dot water. Okay, so 45 liters, and then I'm going to change the image. So I think it's a good image for the water, but it's from a stock company. It's not, what do they call it? Shutterstock or something. Water drinker, chicken water drinker. I think this is a bit colorful. So I'll just copy image address, come into our project, then replace with that. Okay, there you go. It is elongated. And I think you can give a fixed height also, because we have a fixed width here. I think you can also give a fixed height. Okay. But those are things we can correct, or we can even have a crop. So this is elongated. I think I can have more. It can even provide more space. Okay, so the number of eggs is still showing 0. I need to know why. Let me first do here layers and see. Layers and see number of eggs. Oh, okay. It is true, it is true. So the reason it is still showing number of eggs as 0 is because we need to mount again. Okay, so I'll click on layers and then go to eggs. Okay, you can see number of eggs and 4 trays. Okay, then this can be, I'm skeptical. I need to, okay, this can be, I think, number of eggs and this amount of trays, and then we've not recorded the remainder, because what if I had by 29, it will show me something different. So it will show something different. So it is 3 point something trays anyway. 4 trays, but 20 eggs are still hanging. Okay. All right. So with that, I think let me go ahead and populate what is remaining. By the way, I just need to change my eggs to this. So copy image address, then come to number of eggs, and then change it. Change the image to that. I don't know how it will look like. Okay, but I guess you guys can get the picture. So I'm going to take my time and try to beautify all this, but I'll come back to the profits. Okay, so the feeds are there, this and this. Then I'm also going to add, I think, a button here, by the way. Before, I'll click a button that unhides any, and I'm going to do it in the next part. I think we can take a short break, then we come back and continue with our items. So I'm going to go ahead and beautify it so that it looks a bit, beautiful. But right now, no, it is just like any other person who created an item. And then you can center the image. We can choose another chart. I think top to bottom would be best, okay, than left and right or sides. All right, so let me go ahead and do that correction because this is into design, then come back with sending requests or adding items to the server. Okay, so let's do that. Thank you so much for watching these videos. Welcome back from the break. Okay, so right now we have 864 subscribers. Continue subscribing and do not forget to hit the notification bell. Okay, so please, because I have over 800 subscribers, but it's only 84 that hit the notification bell, so which means some of the other subscribers are not getting information about the released videos. So when you go to subscribe, make sure that you hit the notification bell so that everything runs well. Okay, so do not forget to donate in any case if you can. You just go to the link in the description which says Give Crank Luger. When you go to Give Crank Luger, you can donate from $5 and above, okay? And donation is once. You can decide to renew. That's why it's per month. If you do not renew, nothing there is difficult. So you can choose to type 15 and then you choose to subscribe, and then do not forget to rate. Now, there are some other more hidden items in there. For example, free code for npm run hot, so that whenever you want to do anything concerning the hots, like the reloading of, for example, if you can see here, I can just come to the code and I do something on the layers, Okay, I'm under layers. Let me see. And then instead of kgs here, I'm going to put kxgs. So let me just, okay. So if I save and refresh, okay. Am I under layers? Okay, let me go to layers. So it auto reloads. So I'll remove the X and then save. I don't need to refresh. And then it auto loads. Okay, so that script is in there. And then also the GitHub link to this video, to this project is in there. And there are more projects. So as well, I have tutorials on Adobe Illustrator from zero. Then those of you who want the MTN Momo production, okay, you can go ahead. All right, let's continue. Enough of the ET talking. So I managed to do some little bit of enhancement, but not as much. And here I am. I have the dashboard. I have the layers panel. Then I have the broilers. Of course, nothing is in the broilers yet. Okay. So I'm going to show you something on how we're going to be able to update our section. So I do think I'm going to put something dynamic for the moment as a component on this side. But we should have a trigger. However, I'm going also to choose if someone clicks on eggs, okay, and they click on a button here, they can have something displayed at the bottom. All right, so let's go ahead and design that. Okay, so we're going to come, I think, and put this whole course in a row. So I'll hide this first. And then I'm going to go to, I'm right now in layers. Let me first go to feeds, I think. Okay, where should feeds be? This is the layer panel. I should be on the dashboard view. Okay, not at all. Let me double check, where should I be? Should it be on links? No, not at all. Okay, I think it should be on the dashboard view. No, where is layers? If I need 2 layers, number of eggs, then the water, then the feeds in kgs. Okay, so this is where I want to put it. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a separate row. So this row covers all that, okay? So I'm going to just highlight this, then tab the content to the other side. So let me highlight the whole of this. Then tab the content to the other side, okay? So which means I can create a row. So if I create a row at the bottom here, B row, okay, I have an error. So which means I need to create a row that covers all that. So in most cases, to separate it from my rows here, I'll just do a div. That's just my practice. I'll just do a div, okay? So like that. Then I give the div a class of row so that I use the other one with the bootstrap view. Then this one is just a default. So I'll just give this one a class of row. So which means I have 2 rows. And the bottom row here, if I put a p tag in it, I can say bottom row. Bottom row. So if I come back to our code, there it is. So no matter where I click, the bottom row will always exist, as you can see here. I don't know. I've not done the best with the view, but at least, especially with the images, but at least we shall see how to deal with that later, because I need to make the videos short, so I have not concentrated so much on beautifying and managing the scalability. So which means we can choose on what can display here, okay? So into this row, I'm going to write a B call, okay? And that B call can have any of these. Okay, so I'll have a B call, and it will have a calls, so that is the class which will equal to 12, or it can equal to 6. And then I'm going to make sure it is in the middle by making sure that this class, okay, this class, I've not practiced so much of Bootstrap Vue with the deflex. We'll have a deflex where the content will be justified, justify content. Okay, center. And then align items. Again, center. Okay, then with that done, I'm going to give this whole row a background color of white, under styles is equal to background color. I'll give it white for the moment, but let me give it wheat. Have I given it white or wheat? Okay. It had suggested for me one wheat. Yes. So let's double check and we see what we have in wheat. All right. So we do have nothing because it's empty for the moment, but we're going to add some things with our B call. Okay. So let this be the first style for the eggs, maybe. This is going to be feeds. So I'll put a P tag or H1, and I call it feeds. Okay. Then I'm going to get another, and I call it eggs. This is be water. Then I'll paste another, and I call it eggs. Great. So there they are. There are quite many. Okay. Feeds, eggs, and water. And then I think it's arranging them based on the width and the what. Okay, that's up to us. We shall see how to arrange. Okay. Now I'm going to write a code for a button that when you press, one of these appears. Okay, so which means you will be able to edit that particular section. All right, so we're going to go ahead. Which one have I missed? Feeds, eggs, and then sales and profits. And then I think I can add one here for mortality. It feels bad whether I add mortality here for number of birds or something, but I think I'll add one for mortality here so that it can record the number of birds that are still present or something. I don't know. It's up to us. You just know I'm just getting it from the head. I'm brainstorming since the purpose is to learn, but I think it's also enjoyable when I'm brainstorming because ideas keep coming over and over again. So away from the nitty talk, so we're going to have a button, okay? And that button is going to start with the feeds, the feeds here. So I don't know, this is the card body. Okay, I'm supposed to add the footer. So let me first go to Bootstrap Vue and see how we add this footer. So I'll get to Bootstrap Vue. Now the footer is usually called on independently. That's what I read. I don't know if we have the time to go to that. See card footer. Let me see if we can get that. So card footer. So big card footer. Here it is, the footer properties. So big card footer. And then, by the way, you can go ahead and read through all this that can enable you. So if the other one is the card body, we can have the card footer. So I'm going to do a big card footer here. B card footer, which I hope should have a closing tag. And inside there, I'm going to create a button. So button, okay. And then the button will have a class and all the variants. I'm not so into variants, but this will be maybe update feeds, okay? So we shall have a class, just to make it look good, a class of btn outline success. So this is just simply creating a button for us, and its outline is that success, the green one. So you see it had been put at the card fitter. So I want, when I click this button, it's only feeds that shows, okay? Then I'll do the other for update water, and then update eggs, and then overalls. Okay, I think something here needs to be changed. All right, so let's see. So by default, I want when someone presses update, feeds appears, but it has disappeared by, it's like on rendering, it's not present. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to come and create a default of feeds with the value of shown. Okay, so let me see what I can do. So I'm going to create a value, and I'll call it my tabs, okay? So, comma here, and then I create my tabs. Okay, should it be my tabs? Let me see. Okay, let me first make it simple. Under the return. Sorry, it's supposed to be under the return. So I'm going to choose, let me first make one for feeds, then we go in. So feeds, okay, by default, it is going to be false, okay? All feeds, okay, is going to take a value just like that. Okay, so let me see, this should return this. Okay, feeds. So which means I should reflect feeds, okay, down here in the gutter. So this one should be reading from feeds. Just this is just a debug check, feeds, okay? So which means I'm going to create a button that when pressed, okay, I'm going to create a button that when pressed, it disappears or appears based on that. So this button here, I'm going to add, where is it? I'm going to add an on-click property, and in Vue.js it's like @click, okay? Now it changes based on the version, @click, okay? Show, okay? @click, let's choose feeds maybe. @click, let's choose, it's going to go to the property called get feeds before I make it to show. Okay, so get feeds, so which means I'm going to come here under methods, I create one called get feeds. Okay, then get feeds is going to take in this value. It will do this.feeds referring to this feeds is equal to text that says now feeds are showing. Okay, so with that done, okay, so this is a default issue, but we're going to work on it later. So when I click on layers and choose to update feeds, you can see now feeds are showing. Okay, so I want now feeds are showing to be showing and these others are not showing. and we come to if conditions there. But however, I want when I press this button again, it disappears. So instead of that, we're going to choose a property called show. Okay? Show all. Okay, so let's see. So this should be false. Okay? This should be false. So instead of loading here in the button, the on click should choose to show. Okay, so this now that has feeds, I'm going to return this to the normal, that feeds panel. Okay, feeds panel. Feeds panel. Okay, so feeds panel. So we have a property called vshow. Okay, so which means I can come to this here and I choose vshow. Okay, so vshow. Okay, and I can make it true or false. So by default, I can make it false, or it can pick a value from the other. So vshow by default is going to be false. So you can see it has disappeared and only have water and eggs. So what are we going to do? When a person clicks this button, okay, when a person clicks this button, it goes to a method called getFeeds, and then getFeeds will do something of the sort. So vshow is by default here, feeds false. So I'm going to make feeds now turn into true. Okay, the moment the button is clicked. So when I click update feeds, all right, so do I need to refresh? Okay, let me first go back to home. Update feeds is supposed to show, so by default it's on false. So this dot feeds show is by default on false. So it should take in now the feeds value, okay? So it should take in feeds. Great. So which means if I click, it's supposed to be by default on. All right, so let me load it again. All right, so by default it's on false. When I click, it appears. Okay, so I can do an interchange of if it should appear or not. Now I'm going to write the first lazy way of checking the rest. So vshow for feeds. Okay, now vshow for water, vshow for water, and then lastly vshow for eggs. Okay, so if you get such an issue of these panels not loading, you have to refresh. I think it has cached memory. So I have to come back to the local host and then refresh with cached memory, then go back to home. All right, so if I click on the eggs panel, it is showing. And then if I click on feeds panel, it's showing. Okay, so we go ahead with the vshow. If I click on, I need to one for the eggs too. And this should be this dot eggs, okay, is equal to true. So which means if I click, okay, the feeds should show. If I click water, water should show. If I go to the panel of eggs and I click on eggs, eggs is showing. So however, I need one by one panel, not all. So which means I need to write an if statement for all these, okay? So by default, all this will be false, okay? So I'm going to write an if statement, okay? And it's going to determine if any of those is clicked is true or not, okay? So if, okay, this dot feeds is equivalent to false, okay, when this is loaded, you're going to do the following. Make sure that the rest are false. So this is basic, but it is working. You know, I'm not trying to create, however, people use it. Why should I even be explaining? Make sure that the rest, okay, make sure that this dot water, this dot water is equal to false if it was true. And then also make sure that this dot water eggs is equal to false. Okay, then I'm going to just copy this and put it in others, okay, and then just interchange. So which means if this dot water is equal to false, make sure that this dot feeds is equal to false, this dot water is equal to true, and then this dot eggs is equal to false. Then the other is if this dot eggs is equal to false, so like it's not showing, okay? So you make sure that this dot feeds is equal to false. If it was showing, it will disappear. This dot water is equal to false and this dot eggs is equal to true, so that it opens up and shows. All right, so I've saved, and let's see our magic. So if I click on feeds, it will show. If I click on water, water will show. If I go to eggs and click on eggs, the other will disappear, okay? So if I need to hide it again, I can choose to do the inverse. Now, it and for us to be able to do that, so that when you click, it disappears. When you click twice, disappears and reappears. So we have to go and state the value of the item right now equal to that value. So which means if this dot feeds is equal to what this dot feeds holds now, we inverse. So which means we can do this dot feeds is equal to this dot feeds. Then we're going to inverse this dot feeds. So which means it will equal to not this dot feeds. Very funny. So if this dot feeds is equal to this dot feeds, let it equal to what that this dot feeds not is. I don't know how to say it, but if this dot feeds is equal to false and you click on it, it will turn into true. Then if this dot feeds is equal to true at the moment and you click on it, it will turn into the opposite. So it will be not this dot feeds. Okay, so if I click on it, it appears or disappears. So it inverts. When I click on it, it is there. When I don't click on it, it is not there. Okay, so let's see now, which means when we click on water, it should also appear or disappear. Okay, just like that. So which means it will be if this dot water is equal to this dot water, and then the inverse should be not this dot water. And then if this dot eggs is equal to this dot eggs, the inverse should be not this dot eggs. So which means you have control of the space. Okay, so which means if this dot water or this, and I click this, but this, that, so whatever you want to appear at the time can disappear. Or if I go back to this, it is eggs. If I come back to this, I update the eggs, just like that. So what we're going to do, we're going to put forms on the inside so that you can add on the number of eggs or type them, okay? So that whenever you update the number of eggs, this also updates after pressing the update button, and then you can add or reduce. I think we should only make the addition, but we shall or reduce and then update, and then need to update and the number of trays. And then I don't know what I need to put here. And then same should be done for sales and the broilers season. All right, so after the whole update and the CRUD, I think we shall now go to part 2 where we shall concentrate on broilers. All right, so let's take a short break and then we'll return back and then see what we can do for for the form that we're going to input for these other sections. Let's go for a short break. All right, welcome back to this lovely video. Welcome back from the break, and let's continue. So we have now 865 subscribers. Please continue subscribing, and then please hit the notification bell so that we can have any new video sent over to you. I promise you, for this project we must develop a mobile application, and we shall be developing it with Vue with native script. Okay, native script is a very good tool. And then more is to come. There is Ionic. There are many things. There are many more. There is React Native. So please subscribe so that you get all that. I also will have a project with GraphQL, with React, and Express. So keep on. We shall see what to do. So this project is going to be open to the world, and I want to have a working prototype. All right, so let's go ahead and here we are. So with our panel, okay, I think it's going to log out because of the sessions. No, it's not what it has done. So I want now to go ahead and fill in with the lower panels what we should have in the feeds panel. Okay, all right, so I need to log in because the session has expired. So I'm going to log into, okay, I have one called any user. Okay, so let me log into that. The previous one had 0 because from the table that person actually has 0. So let me also make sure that I have a PHP, my admin running. Okay, when I go to layers, remember this as a dashboard. When I go to layers, okay, there we go. All right, so we're going to go to update feeds, and then we add a form and then also update water. So we can add a form for the feeds that will check on the feeds, and then the price for the feeds, because we need to record both, okay, for the overall season and then update them. And then we shall also record the water and then the price for the water. In any case, if you have all that indicated, the water stocked, okay, because it will be used for the whole season. So which means it can only be done at that particular time. And then we can also make sure that you do not press that button by mistake by checking whether the button is empty. So we can make sure that both the feeds and the price are all included, and also add a warning button. And if that warning button goes on, then the records are taken. So I've not used the states yet. I'm still using the form. So the records, which means if we go to the dashboard, the records may not be updated as such, or the calculations into the dashboard, or multiple records if need be used. Okay, yet we may need to, for example, indicate the records general, and then once we make an update, it updates overall at a go. All right, so we're going to go to our feeds panel, and then we include some sort of to the feeds panel. Then we include some sort of a form to be filled in. All right, so I'm going to put this aside. I'm going to try to minimize this, and then I come to our part for the feeds panel, and then I see what we can do. And then I think for the eggs, the same can be done. So let me go to the feeds panel, and then I include a form. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create something that will give us alerts or something of the sort. So the first thing we're going to do, if I press onto the update button, you see it loads again and comes back to the layers. So which means we must find a way of making sure that it, of making sure that it does not load. Okay, so what do we do? So we're going to go to our code here in our form, and we include this, that at submit dot, okay, at submit it should do something, but we're going to prevent submit.prevent. Those of you who know JavaScript, you know how we prevent the auto loading of the form. So at submit.prevent, so let me right click here and choose to inspect and then click on console. So when I click on update right now, oh, okay, there is a crook here. When I click on update right now, you can see it no longer loads the page. Okay. Okay, I had to chase away the roster. I think it's now at a great distance. All right, so you can see that when I click, it no longer loads the page. So I'm going to go ahead with our code. Now I include now the function that is supposed to meet. So the function can be, let's say, change the usual put on submit, but let me see, on change feeds. On change feeds, let's say, let me call it that, like that. All right, so this time around, if I click, we're supposed to get an error, okay? And that error is saying that it cannot get the on handler of the change feeds, okay? So the property here on change feeds is non-defined. All right, so I'm going to go, which means we need to go and make sure that this method is actually present. Okay, so we're going to go and put here the method on change feeds, okay? And then I want to make sure that the method actually renders well. So I'll do a console.log. Okay, so console.log and then I can give it a tag. So the tag can be feeds, okay? And then the message feeds function loaded. So let me give it a tag of feeds. Hope that's the right way to write the tag. So this is the word function. Okay. So which means if we click on our button, okay, it is giving us feed function loaded. All right, so which means we are right to go and we can get anything. All right, so I'm going to create an array object here, and I call it maybe new feeds. And then it will be an array, and inside that array we're going to add the values now. Okay, the object. So the first thing should be maybe new feeds. Okay, so the first thing should be new feeds. Let me take off this because we're going to come back to it. New feeds, and then what it has. So it can be new feeds. By the way, this is new feeds. New feed, okay, and then what it has, then a comma, and then new amount, new feed amount, okay, and then what it has. All right, so to access this, okay, for us to access this and put it down, for example, if I give this new feed amount, new feed weight, let it be new feed weight. If I give this new feed weight, let's say 500 kgs, okay, how to access it here, okay, let's say at the top, I can put a small label for that can be empty, and then I put the new feeds. So I do new feeds, okay, dot the property now it has. So which means it should be new feeds, but let me show you. So you can see that now here is the array. So it has two fields or two IDs, which is ID 0 and ID 1. So which means I must go into the array and look for ID 0, okay? So which is new feed weight, okay? Then to get the amount, okay, of the new feed weight, I must go ahead and add it as a concatenation, okay? So if I load, so it will be showing 500 kgs. But that's not what we need, however. But however, we can reflect it that way. But I really don't think that's what we need. So this is going to be empty for the moment. Okay. So I just needed to show you how the vbind will be able to access. Okay, so let me go ahead and look at the function now. Okay, so let's grab something, and we grab that something by adding a vbind. I'm going to leave this label here, and then you see what we get from the vbind. Okay, so for us to be able to access the input here, we do a v model. We do a v model, which will equal to, if I scroll down, new feeds dot new feed weight. Okay, so we're going to do new feeds dot new feed weight. Okay, great. So if I come down here, okay, I need to remove this, by the way, because it's still reflecting that. Then I get down here, so I'm going to do a console.log of what we get from new feeds, okay? So I'm going to do this dot new feeds dot new feed amount. Okay, so we should console and log that. All right, if I click update undefined, check this. If I change the value to 1, oh, still showing undefined, let me check. New feeds. Okay, so this dot cons. So new feeds dot new feed weight. Sorry, it's supposed to be new feed weight, not new feed amount. Okay, so let's do that again. Okay, if I click undefined, if I check to 1, it is 1. If I check to 4, it is 4. If I go back to 0, it is 0. All right, so we're going to first check what if, instead of undefined, we should make sure that if it is empty, so undefined is like saying it is empty. We're going to make sure that if it is empty, okay, it gives us something in the console. All right, so here I come with the if statement. So if, okay, this dot new feeds dot that is empty. So if this dot new feeds dot that is equal to null, okay, or undefined, so it is not. If it is not that, what should happen? Okay, else if it is already that, what should happen again? Okay, so else we already have the statement that it should give us the value, but if not that, what should it be? It should tell us that the field is still empty. Okay, so let us check. All right, so feeds, the field is empty. If I go to 1, it shows 1, blah, 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 and that. Okay, so I should also define if the field is 0. So I can write an else if statement here. So it can be else if, okay, and then whatever goes in the curly brackets. So else if this dot weight dot that is equivalent to 0, okay, it should console.log that feeds are 0. The feeds are 0. Okay, so let's try again. If undefined, okay, the feed is still empty. If we go to 3, it shows 3. If we go to 0, the feeds are 0. All right, so, but this is not the proper way. There is a summarized way. So instead of using the else if, okay, I'm going to use all, okay? So all is written like this. All if this dot weight, okay, is equivalent to 0. So we can say the field is empty or 0. I'm just going to add or 0. Just like that. So let us check update. So the field is empty or 0. 3, 4, the field is. Then if I go back to 0, the field is empty or 0. All right, so which means we can apply the same check onto this, okay? And we can also check if any of these is empty or 0, and then it brings back a feedback. So that feedback can be put in something called errors. But we're going to see how we define that. So this shifted because of the panel up there, okay? This shifted because of the label up here. But we can add the label. So where is the label? Okay. So label can be feeds, and then the other can be amount. So they are static labels. The other can be amount. Okay, and this will be this dot feed amount. Amount. Okay. So we're going to double check. We can double check in a single. Okay. So if this, okay, and not this, okay, not this dot feed amount, okay, it's, it's not supposed to be, it's and, great. So which means if one of them is empty, that's a major change. That's why it's doing that, all that. So let's see if that will work out. Anticipated. Okay, so if I put this stock amount to that, then I submit. Okay, the stock amount is giving us 3. If this all, the all should be here. All that. Okay, so let me check with that. Should be an all. So if this is this, okay. So if this, okay. So if this or the other, so it's a matter of alls. So I should do another all. I should do another all. By the way, this is the simplest way, but it doesn't need to be that. We are checking them. First of all, we are learners anyway. So we are checking them in a single, but we could check and we give feedback of the errors. So instead, I could write one major one that gives us something that says check your fields. Okay, so I'm going to put it here, and then it can be a P. Okay, let it be before the form. Should it be? And it will be taking in something that says error checks. Error check. Maybe error check. So which means I should create one here called error check. I should put it at the top so that it's always error check, because I don't need to visit it again. Okay, so I'm going to do, instead of console.log, then I should do this dot error check dot error check should equal to one or more fields is less than 1 unit. I think that's a good error check. Okay, so if that and that is that, okay, so let's do this. Great, you can see one or more fields is less than 1 unit. Okay, if I do one, still, if I do this, okay, so you see it gives us this. So we should also make sure that if all fields are correct, okay, then this shouldn't appear. Okay, so which means if all fields are correct, okay, then this shouldn't appear. It should be empty, or it shouldn't even show. Something of the sort. So let's check that. But if all fields are correct, it shouldn't appear. If one of the fields is 0, it can appear. Okay, so we're done with our error check. Okay, and we need to check both, because now I'm only checking feeds. The console.log should also check the other unit. Okay, so okay, I don't think the comma is necessary. But now, else if everything is okay, we should post, okay, to Axios. If everything is correct, we should post to Axios, and we save that data into our database. All right, so we already have an Axios here that gets, by the way, this is not where we're supposed to do that from. We're supposed to do it from the storage, but however, I'm doing it from here, then we shall change it to the storage in an advanced stage. So I'm going to get the Axios here. I already showed you about the var x and what. So the Axios should post, and then we go ahead and do something. So we need to modify our Axios to be able to post and give us feedback again. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. All right, so we're going to be taking in our info that is going to, avail whatever information when we update, and then it sends it to the URL or the API URL. So I'm going to create a constant, and we'll include it in Axios. So constant, okay, it can be feeds info, which is equal to, then whatever is supposed to be into feeds info. Now I think I need to remove that comma there. it's bringing issues. Okay, so inside that constant, we shall take in what comes from this dot new feeds, this dot new feeds dot, okay, the first one is, I think, weight dot new feeds weight, sorry, dot new feeds weight, and then comma, another should be this. Okay, so it's supposed to be now feeds, maybe feeds, yes, new feeds, what can I call it, x feeds. Okay, let me just call it x feeds. Okay, so the other is going to be x feeds amount. Okay, and it will be this dot new feeds dot new feeds amount, new feeds amount. Great, so which means we can use this constant in Axios. For example, if I do a console.log new feeds info, we can see, okay, I'll put it onto feeds, console.log new feeds info. Let's see what we get. If I do, okay, if I do the usual. All right, so it has, it is giving us an error. Let me see, that error is coming from the request, I think. But the constant, I do not have any request yet, maybe. So let me choose to update and we see. So you can see we have the new feeds array and then whatever is defined. So it is saying undefined. So we've taken in one amount, I think. Okay, let me see. We've taken in only new feeds amount. We've not taken in, so one is undefined. So new feeds, new feed weight. Okay, it's supposed to be new feed weight. Okay, I think that was causing, I'll need to check where this error is coming from, but if we do update like that and then update, okay, so you can see x feeds and x feeds amount is 3 and 2. So which means we're ready to go and send this to Axios because the data is already here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so I'm going to take our Axios here and I do an Axios.post and I'll add the data there. So I'll just take this with its error catching and then I use it down here. Okay, so I'm going to do, okay, Axios.post, Axios.post, and then I'll take in now the feeds info here, feeds info, feeds info, okay, so feeds info will go in there, and then I need to change this shouldn't be, so this can be update feeds, okay, update layer feeds. Okay, update layer feeds. Okay, so I have an issue. Even if I send, it cannot work because, okay, I need to, okay, let me first, okay, it's going to bring an error and I think we can see that via network. Okay, so update, oh, it's also having issues with get layers, I think, because I've not logged out. So that's the warning it was giving me. So I need to log in because it was having such issues, and we need to write a function to do the error checks the user so that it logs out automatically if the session has expired. So I'll write an if session, something of the sort. All right, so I'll go to feeds, and then if I choose to do anything with the feeds, I'm going to receive an error here. So update feeds. So update feeds does not exist. I need to go and check and work on update feeds. If I click, okay, so there is no payload actually. The update feeds layer does not exist. So which means I need to go to our, okay, how many links do I have here? I think I should have one because I've already worked on the others. Okay. All right, no problem. I'll come back to our layers. Okay, so I need to create one in the web route. I'm not using the API route but I'll use it in the mobile version. So watch out for those tutorials. So I need to come and create one here, and I can make it a post. Okay, so I'll do post, and then it is update layers, update layer feeds. So it will go onto the same controller and look for update layer feeds. Okay. So I think I must also take in the ID, but since we're not using the API, I'm not subjecting the ID from the other side. I'm subjecting the ID of the person who is already logged in, and I'm taking use of the Laravel Auth. So which means I need to come to the layers controller. So layers controller. Okay, then I write another, so which is going to be a public function, which is update layer feeds. Layer feeds. Okay, and then it is taking in a request and a request variable. So request variable. Okay, so we're going to double check if we actually receiving that. So I'll do a die dump, and I'll do maybe $request, and this $request is going to take in an input, and which input will be one of the following. So let me double check what we have in the, okay, the input is going to be x feeds, and the x feeds, so it will be x feeds weight. Okay, so let's do that. All right, so let's check. Okay, so let me choose to update. Great. Okay, we have an error. I think we need to double check. Update layer feeds. Okay, it's update layer feeds. Let me double check if that's the case. Update layer feeds, and also in the web route, update layer feeds. Update layer feeds. Okay, so I need to see. Okay, it's saying null here, that it has a null value, so I need to double check. Okay, update layer feeds with the request input. Okay, let me first write this variable here so that I do x feeds weight. Okay, I need to double check the layers here. So is it x feeds? Okay, yeah, it's x feeds, not x feeds weight. Sorry for that. So which means I can add weight on it here so that it matches up with what I have in mind. Okay, so I'll take in that and take in this. This will be 3, and then choose to update. Okay, if I click, okay, you can see it has the value. So the value is there. It has taken in 2 from the x feeds weight. So which means we're good to go on the side of the layer compare. All right, so we're going to update in layers. So update feeds will equal to layers, okay, where, okay, I think I need to first find the ID. Okay, let me do it. Where FK user is auth ID, just like this. Where FK user is auth ID. So we go ahead and include another where. So where the user, okay, we need to update, by the way. So where the user FKID is that, okay. All, in fact, find, okay, we're not updating on the table. Is that, and then we choose to update, okay. Update content in that table, in this array, right? So I need to do that. Come on. Where is my update? Update. Okay, I need to do this. Update content in that table, in this array. Okay, then I need to terminate. Terminate. Okay, so the content in this table. Okay, so we need to go to the feeds. I need to check affiliate farmer. Okay, I go to layers, then I choose what I need to update for that season. So this, we are updating the feeds, okay, and then we're also updating the expenses. I think we need to add the amount, but that amount will go to expenses maybe. No, does it need to? We are updating the feeds. I'll update the expenses, but I think I realize I need to put the cost of the feeds and also include the expenses. But our expenses are not, you know, they do not have value as such, so which means, but I need to capture the feeds alone and also the expenses alone and add that, so I'll need to modify that. However, for this video, I'm going to update that, then I'll modify it later. So which means we need to have the feeds, okay, and the feeds will be coming from $request, the variable request, and then looking into the input, and then taking in x feeds weight, okay, then put a comma there, then the expenses, which will look into the requests, okay, and the input will be x feeds amount, x feeds amount. Okay, so I do think this is supposed to be like that, and this like that. So it needs to be a string. Then after doing that, we need to return, okay, we need to return a response, and that response will be that. So we need to return a response, and the response is going to be update feeds, okay. So just to show us that we've actually done that. All right, so I also expect this to update from 0. So let me do send an update. Okay, and I see, well, I think everything is done well. Preview. Okay, I still have die dump. Do I have it anywhere? Well, it's still retaining the recent one. So let me first check here, by the way, if it has really updated our feeds. Actually, it has updated the feeds and the expenses. I need to check, so which means if I go to broilers and come back to layers, okay, you can see the updates are done. So if I go ahead and update the feeds again to 30 kilograms, if I update the feeds to 30 kilograms and the cost of each kilogram can be 1,000 shillings, or the overall cost. Let me keep it as cost per kilogram, and I choose to update. Okay, the magic has been done. All right, and the user still has been updated. So if I come back to broilers and come back to layers, so 30 kilograms, but we need to add on whatever is already existing, okay, and do the calculations. So this means to add on this, because if I come back still to update and then I choose to update with 0, okay, and I choose to update, it's not supposed to be 0. 1, and I choose to update, it has actually updated. If I go back to broilers and come back to layers, it is showing 1 kilogram, something that we don't want. So which means we must first get the current value. Okay, so we can say, okay, here that current feeds is equal to, first of all, we need to get the FK user, okay. First of all, we need to get the user who is logged in. So we can say, okay, user, okay. So user, remember you should have the API the other side. So on my side, so user is equal to, okay, auth user. Auth user ID. So we're looking for that user's ID. Okay, so the next step now, we want to get now the current feeds. Okay, current feeds. Current feeds is equal to, okay, layers where auth user is that. Okay, layers where, so I'll just copy the where from up there. Layers where auth user is that. Where auth user is that, okay, then get. So I think we can say current user, let's say current user profile. Okay, so we're going to get now the current feeds. Okay, so current feeds will be equal to this user profile, current user profile, okay, and then point into feeds. Okay, so which means if I do now a die dump here, we should get the current feeds as 1 kilogram. Okay, so which means now the feeds should be current feeds plus that. So which means it's going to be current feeds that are already existing plus what is already in the request. So I'll do that. Okay, let me hope it's not waiting for concatenation. Okay, so let's double check now. So if I choose to update the feeds and add 2 kilograms, and then this don't matter for now. Okay, I get an error, I need to double check. So feeds property does not exist on this collection. So let me first do a die dump for this and get to know the array. So which means the issue, by the way, the issue is of the array here. So I need to get the first value of the array. Okay, let me get to that and then explain it again. So let me update. Okay, voila, it is done very well. So if I go back to broilers and come back to this, you can see it's 3 kilograms. So the reason I'm talking about the array is because when I do a die dump of the current feeds profile, so dd this, okay, if I do a die dump of that current feeds profile, I come back to the feeds here and then I choose to update or something. Okay, it's going to respond with me the current feeds, and if I check, you can see it is going through the array, and inside the array it is getting to the first value, which is 1, and it is giving us everything that is in that particular array, the first item. Okay, so inside that item, okay, we have an attribute, and the attribute is of feeds. Okay, so find feeds 3. Okay, find feeds and then get the value, which is 3. So which means if I look into that particular array, okay, the first item of the array, which is 0, and then do save, and then run it again, okay, and I check, okay, I do get nothing, but I need to identify now, because we're already in the first field, but I need to identify that property. So that property is going to be the property of feeds, which is giving us 3 for the moment. Okay, so again I run. Okay, I need to click. Okay, again I'm going to run. All right, so I need to click here and click on it, and you can see the feeds is 3. All right, so that is it with that array. So I just needed to do that die dump. I can comment it here. Okay, so at this moment, that is when our so much wanted friend. So if I update it 6 plus 3 kilograms and I choose to update, okay, it has done the magic here and it has given us a response. I need to, okay, however, I was saying that, okay, when I click on broilers and come back to layers, they are 15 kilograms. I think I've clicked twice. However, it should be able to upload, and that's when our friend of the states, okay, it should update the moment I click. Our friend of the states and the mutations comes into handy. All right, so let's take a short break and then we come back to the mutations. Meanwhile, we'll find when I've updated the table here to take on the feeds expenses and the water expenses, and then the overall expenses, okay? Or even the overall expenses, but the overall expenses are going to include the medicine and whatsoever. All right, so let's take a short break and let's meet again after the break. Hello there. Thank you so much for watching these videos. Okay, welcome back from the break. I encourage you to donate to Crank Luger. The link is here. You give Crank Luger, okay? And then when you click, you go on and subscribe and then donate. In any case, the donations are very useful to us, okay? All right, so I do have more videos on my Gumroad channel. I do have videos about Adobe Illustrator. I do have videos about the MTN API. I do have videos about Vue Native 2021. And watch the space I'm creating, those for Native Script Review 2021. And then I'll also create for Iconic. And then it will be for the same project, okay? So, by the time you're watching this video, we have 873 subscribers. Please go ahead and subscribe. Please go ahead and click on the notification bell, comment, like, so that this video that you've admired or watched is suggested with the YouTube algorithm. Okay, I'll go ahead and log in. And today we're going to do Vuex, okay? So if you're watching the mini series, you can watch the one-time video on. Okay, so we're going to log in to that user who right now has a certain number of eggs. So if you want to watch the whole project, please go ahead and donate. Donation is so this person has 15 kilograms, and by the time we went for the break, okay, you could add the stock amount, okay? So I'm going to add 6 kilograms, so 6 plus this, that must be 21. And then the cost, okay, so right now, the cost, I'm still having it in my mind. Should the cost be cost per kilogram plus the addition of the other ones? I need to add it here, or the cost of all you know, in the stock. Let's say you've stocked 100 kilograms and you can calculate the cost. So cost times that. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and update, and you'll find that when we update, okay. All right, so The issue is we must clear out, okay? And then we must update these automatically. And that's when Vuex comes in. So when I go back to Braillers, and then I come back to layers so that it mounts, actually you can see that we have 33 kilograms, okay? So I must do something on this, okay? So maybe after updating, it should disappear. That is the first thing we're going to work on. So after updating, okay, after the change, something should disappear. So that is when Vuex comes in handy. So I already installed Vuex in the beginning, but I'm going to look at it again, okay? So if you go to Google and then you type Vuex, you get this. So the link is there, right? So this is the installation, and the installation depends on the version. So remember that we installed Vuex 3 because we're using version 2, okay? So which means we're going to follow the documentation of Vuex 3. Okay, sorry about that. So what do we need to do? Okay, so this is the installation if you're going to use Vuex 3. And then what do you need to do? You need to import Vuex and what, and do the staging, and that's what we're going to go through. All right, so we're going to go to our software here, and then we create some things. So okay, after the components, after the routes, what we're going to do, I'm going to go to my JS and then create a new folder, and then I call it Vuex. Okay, so inside that folder, I'm going to right click, and then I create one file called store or storage.js. However, I'm going to call it store.js. All right, in store.js, we are allowed to import the following. We already being given what we need to import. So we're going to import this, and then we shall also see what to export, okay? So when used with the modular system, you must explicitly install Vuex as a plugin, okay? You do not need to do this when using the global script tags. All right, so we've seen that. Let's see now with the getting started, okay? So here is the getting started, and they are asking us to do this. Now, this may be done, okay, right now it is calling it on the whole page itself, okay? Then we need to export and commit anything. All right, so I'm going to go through that. So you can see that they export even the store and it's imported, okay? So you export the store and it is imported. All right, so we need to import Vue from Vue, and then Vue from Vuex, and then use the following. All right, so we're going to do import Vue from Vue and then Vue from Vuex first, okay? And then we shall create a constant that is going to have our mutations, okay? Because here they are being done in one item, okay? And we're going to see how we do that. All right, so let's go ahead and import Vue and Vue from Vuex, and then we see how to use them. So we're going to choose to use, okay? And then we're going to choose to use Vuex, okay? And then we create our constant. Okay, so let's go ahead. So we create the constant store, and then it's everything and the mutations, and then we export Vuex. We export store, sorry. So we create the constant store, okay? And then here we export default, and what default are we exporting? Store. Okay, great. So now that we've done that, we need to import this store, okay, so that it can be rendered in our app.js. So we come here and then we choose to import, okay, store from, okay. All right, so we need to, we just need to go in from Vuex stroke store, okay? Then just like we exported the router, so we can add store here. Okay. Right, so we're going to pick from the default and we display it. The default here states count. Okay, I won't do that. I think I'll just, instead of having that mutation, I'll give count a word, that these are the feeds amount. These are the feeds amount. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to go to the other side where we need to display it. So I'm going to come to layers here, and then I won't do much, but I'll go to, all right, let me first minimize that. So this is the feeds panel. Okay, and there is an error check there. I'll just do another p tag here. Okay, I don't think I'm using this error check. I don't think I'm using that error check, but I do think, okay, let me just pray that I use it. So we're going to come here, and instead of mounted, we use the computed property. Computed. We don't need the computed for now. Let's just do it so that it displays, okay? So we'll have this dot store with a variable, this dot store dot, okay, get dot getters dot, okay. Now what is the method that we're getting from? Okay, so we need to create that method. So we're going to come back to store.js, okay, and then we create a getters, okay. So getters, okay, getters, I need one that will complete for me. Okay, come on. Okay, getters, let me use maybe, okay, this one will give, okay, this one has given it to me, but so it has given me the function in a different way, an arrow function. So getters is going to be maybe, I'll take in the state. Okay, so it's going to be count. Okay, give count or get count, sorry. Let me just make it simply. Get count, and then it's taking in the state, okay? The state function, okay? And then the state dot value, okay? So the state here will be the state dot value, so the value will be count. Okay. So which means if I come here, getters dot get count, like that. Okay, do I need to terminate? Okay, so we must equate it to something. So we're going to get one here. Okay, we're going to get one here. Instead of eggs and what? We're going to do one that is called, come on, feeds. What did I call it here in the feeds tab? What did I call it? Instead of error check, let's call it get feeds results. Let's say feeds results. Okay, so which means we can add one here called feeds results, feeds results, and it's going to be empty. Therefore, feeds results here will equal to the mutation. So this dot feeds results, this dot feeds results is equal to that on mount. Okay, let's see what we have. One of the things I do have with with Vue.js is that, especially when I apply that, the Vue store, you know, how to go back to the default. All right, so I think we're missing something. Let me double check. Okay, so the error is warning us about the function. So this doesn't need to be there. Okay, so it's just telling us that this is not a function. So let's see. Okay, if I click, there we are. We have our word, so we've solved that. Okay, so we're going to do something that when this button is pressed, okay, the changes are done within the store, okay? So instead of the Axios running here, okay, instead of the Axios running here in the else, okay, we should take it the other side, okay? So what do we do? Okay, so I'll take away this console. Okay, and then we need to dispatch. So the dispatch will be, okay, so want to dispatch to something here, okay, to a function here. So it will be a dispatch into an action, and then we put a mutation. All right, so here we're having one mutation, okay, but we're going to do that. Okay, so let's see what we can do. I think the dispatch will go to the action, and then we get a mutation. So this count should change, okay, when something is done. All right, so let's dispatch. So I'm going to, let me get the dispatch from, okay, Vue X dispatch. Let me see, dispatch. Okay, dispatch event, Vue X dispatch. Okay, here it is. Oh, dispatch. I want to use this. Okay. So the dispatch will be taking in the function already. Okay. Oh, so it is taking in the function already, but I don't need the function. I just need to dispatch, okay, to the action name. So the action name is going to be, name is going to be maybe update feeds, update layer feeds. Remember, I'm choosing layer feeds because we already have broilers to update layer feeds. Update layer feeds, okay, and the payload is feeds info. The payload is feeds info. Okay, so we're going to take this Axios and paste it in the store. So we're going to come to the store and we create actions, okay? So actions, okay? Here is Vuex actions, and I'll put a comma here. Okay, so actions, we're going to put the update value, okay? So it's going to be, okay, update, the action is update the layer feeds, and then we take in the state and then the payload, and then we commit, and then we shall have it in the mutation, and then the mutation will feed into the state. All right, so I'll just take the action here, which is update layer feeds, and then I just replace it with that. Then the commit here, okay, is going to be a state, okay? The commit here can be a state that we want to change or mutate. So in our mutation, this is increment state, okay? So we're going to say modify layer feeds. Remember, we have for broilers, okay? So this will be state, okay, state. Then this value will be, I don't need the payload, the payload here is going to be this. The payload was already given here, so the payload is feeds info, okay? The payload is feeds info, and then the commit will come in later, okay, after. So this action can be a sync action, okay, and then we're going to await the Axios response. So await, and in the await, we're going to copy the Axios from here and then we paste it there. So we're going to await Axios and the responses. Okay, so I'm taking it away from there and then bringing it here in the store. Okay, and then, okay, I don't need this. Okay, I need to put it back here. Okay, I just cut it. So here, all right, so we're going to go to this commit here and we add that we want to use a state, okay, because you already used the state up here, okay? So it is taking into variables, the state and the, okay, and the feeds. So we're going to use a state dot commit, okay, and then the value that we're going to update. So we're going to update in the mutation. So the mutation is going to be modify layer feeds, okay? So we're going to modify layer feeds, and then the payload will be the response that we get from here. Okay, so we already have this dot layers, which is no longer valid. So we can say let x, maybe let layer feeds, let layer feeds equal to response.data. Okay, so which means here it will be layer feeds, but we need to check the value. So here it will be layer feeds. Okay, so before I take this commit, because I'm supposed to take it up here, let me make sure that actually we're getting the right values after updating. What response do we get? So we're going to do a console.log, console.log, the tag, and then we get the response. We're going to first get the response. Okay, then we see what feedback we get. So we're going to get the response, sorry, not the response.data. We're going to get the response. And we see what we get. So we're going to go ahead and modify. Okay. Update feeds, we add that value and we add this and then we update. Okay, it is gone well here and the response is 1, which I don't expect. Okay, let's check something else. What do we have in the console? Okay, in the console we have data 1, status 200, and then, okay, so which means we're supposed to get response.data. Okay, let's see, it first responds the data in the like, what do they call it, in the property, or I've forgotten the right word. And then we're supposed to tap into that data. Okay, so you can see the response has everything and even the headers, and then we're supposed to tap into that data that has been given to us. Okay, all right, so the response is 1. So let me double check now what we have from our layers controller. So if I do a die dump here, dd, okay, and I get this variable, I want to double check. And I get that variable because it's supposed to return something for us. Okay, it's supposed to return a callback. And I send data again. I'm going to choose to update. Okay, I have a status 500. I need to check. So let me check my network and see where that issue is coming from. It's talking about the dump. Okay. And preview is here. Preview here is 1. Okay, so what is this one actually that is coming from the responses? So the authenticated user, okay, where the auth user is that. And then, okay, update. Okay. I should actually be, instead of getting 1, because it's responding with the authenticated user, I should be getting the data, okay, from the array. All right, so let's see what we can do about that. So the reason it is returning 1 is because this is just an update function, okay? So if I run here to update, okay, it is just returning true or false whether the update has happened or not, okay? So what am I going to do? Now I need to call this function that fetches for us the actual feeds. So it's the same as saying actually, so call this, okay, and then arrow pointer get layers. Okay, that's a function already up there, so we're calling it within this function. All right, so let's try to update again, of course, and then you can see now, okay, it has returned something for us. So it is returning the data, which is the number of hens and whatsoever for that particular row, okay, of the authenticated user. So in this case, it is user 2. All right, so let me log out and then go to the other side and log in as user 1. Okay, then I choose to log in. Okay, and then we're going to do our updates based on that. So which means what I need to return here is the function, okay? So I'm going to comment this. And then I write something that says new feeds, okay? So $new feeds will equal to, okay, this dot get layers function, which is already called up there, okay? Then which means here I should be actually getting new feeds. Okay, so which means when I update new feeds, I expect something to come up here in the store.js, okay, on the response, and then the response.data. And then I'll get my state, okay, and put it up there. So I expect something from the tag here, okay. All right, so fingers crossed. I think I need to get now the console ready. Okay, so let's update the feeds and then choose to update. Great, so you can see that we get our data back. So the reason it is responding 1 is just letting us know that actually the update has gone through. So it's like responding with a Boolean value, because here we are only updating. All right, so what do we need to do? Instead, we need to make sure that we get back this data, okay? So this function is already looking for this data, so we don't need to create it, but rather call it. So which means if I come and call it here, so I'll do this, okay? And then point into get layers, and then I run the update again, okay? Let's see what it returns this time around. Right, it returns this value. Okay, so which means I can now equate it to something, and this can be, so I'm going to do new feeds, so $new feeds, okay, new feeds is equal to, which could be new layer feeds, by the way, is equal to this, okay, dot get layers. So this should be new feeds. Okay, so if we do again update, right, so that's something we should see in the preview. It is the same thing. Now we're going to make one error so that you see what is coming. So you could believe that the next thing we should do is get new feeds and put it into this. And then I need to cancel out the die dump. So we do a console.log. For example, if we go to our storage here, right? So we get response.data, okay? And then put it into feeds, and then we see what we get in the console. And it actually works, and it is true. So it has successfully done its duty. And then it is responding, actually, that the number of hens, okay, it is giving us a response. So the number of hens are 0, okay, and then we go to the feeds, okay, which is 103, much as it has not updated here, okay, 103, and then the mortality and whatsoever. So to show you that the feeds are already 103, I just need to click on broilers, and then I come back, okay, you see they are 103. Okay, so which is not bad. If I go back to our console, the tag is undefined. Okay, so you would be thinking, if I remove the array here, okay, then I save and then come back. Okay, I'm going to come back to, okay, I really hate it that it has to refresh. And then I click on layers, and then I try to update. Okay, then I update. I actually get a response now that I've removed the array tag. But then the response, you'll find that I have to get into this original, okay? And into the original now, that's where the content is, okay? Which something is not something that we want. It is because here, when we go back to the controller, we are returning a JSON already that is returned here, a JSON response into another JSON response. So instead, what we should do, we should be returning new feeds only. So we should be returning new feeds only because it's already a JSON response. All right, so if we run to update, okay, so what we get here is a tag, and you can see that we have our first array, okay, and then, right. So which means, again, we can now come back and then add our first look into the array here in the store, okay. All right. So which means, again, okay, if I update, I'm supposed to be getting the data from the array. So I click, then I choose to update. Okay, so I get a clean array. So which means I can tap into this array and make sure that now everything updates based on the mutation. So we're going to go back to our storage, okay, and then we get the commits. So state.commit, okay, instead of the console, it will be taking in the layer feeds, okay. So it modifies, and then we go to my layer feeds here, okay, and then we take in the state, and then we also take in the payload. So the payload is already here, layer feeds, okay. So the state, and then comma the payload. So now this will be now state.count, okay, will equal, so remember we're still on count, will equal to, okay, layer feeds. All right, so I've not tapped on what I wanted to return in the JSON response, that's okay, but I don't need to return everything. All right, so which means if I click on home, go to layers, try to update the feeds, okay, this should change. And then I update, okay, layer feeds is not defined, I need to check that. Layer feeds, Modify layer feeds is non-defined. Okay, okay, this is supposed to be a string. Sorry for that. That is supposed to be a string. Okay, again, we can refresh. Right, so we go to layers, we choose to update. Okay, and then choose to update. All right, so it has updated, but actually it has not changed here, which we would expect it to change. It's because we need to have now a computed property. So I'm going to go back to my layers here, and then I write a computed property that will take in this, because right now it is onto this function. Okay, so I'll take in the computed property, so I take it outside, away from this. Or even write a function that fetches that. So I'll take a computed property. So computed, I'll take v computed. Okay, and this computed is going to take in a name, so it can be new feeds, maybe new feeds. New feeds for the start, but remember that's not what we need. And then new feeds is going to equal to this. So new feeds is going to return that. All right, so me changing this does not mean that the magic will work straight away, okay? If I update, nothing has changed. Okay, because we need to call the computed property here. So new feeds. So instead, here where we have this, where is it? Instead here where we have, where is it? Feeds results, we should have new feeds there. Okay, so here it is bringing in the new feed amount and new feed weight. So I need to check what actually we're missing. Okay, new feeds, I think I already have new feeds used, and that's why it is giving me that. So instead of new feeds, we should give it a different name. So new feeds layers. New feeds layers. Hope this is not used because we already have new feeds here, so it was giving us empty properties. Okay, so new feeds layers. So great. So let's see new feeds layer. Right, so if we update, something new should show, which that something new is not showing. So why isn't it showing? I need to double check. So the computed is returning this. Okay, it should be returning that straight away. So new feeds.get count. Okay, so let's see what we have and then update. Okay, I should double check. I think something is not coming out well. Property new feeds layer is not defined on the instance but referenced. Okay, all right, so new feeds layers. All right, so it's supposed to be new feeds layers, and here I only took new feeds layer. Wow, it's actually a toss. All right, so let's double check this time around. There we go. So we have the results, and then which means these new results can be fed here because now it's 123. So which means I can come here and do new feeds layer dot, okay, so dot what? So I already have the values here, dot feeds. There we go, 123. So which means now the update here should be reading, instead of reading, okay, from the, after a route, it should be reading from this, okay? But still you're going to see that it's going to be another error. So, okay, I'm going to take this now. I'm going to take it for a moment, and then I come and paste it in where we have layers. Okay, so layers.feeds is going to be taking in new feeds. Okay, so by default it should be taking in that. All right, so that is what it has given us. So let's go to broilers and come back to layers, and we'll see if we have the magic working. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and add, okay, add up. So 3 plus 3, which is giving us 6, and there we go. It has updated straight away. All right, so let's take a break, and let's meet after the break, and we see how now to work it out with other things. For example, we've been able to modify. Wow. So, by the way, before we even take a break, we need to clear, okay? The moment the update is done, we need to hide and also clear. So the first thing we're going to do is clear. So the moment the update is done, okay, and if the update is successful, is what we should check. This .new feeds layer, new feed amount is equal to empty. Then this .new feed instead of amount, new feed weight will be empty. Okay, the moment that is computed. All right, so let's check again. So we're going to come and update this value to 3, and then this value to 2, and then update. Great, it is working. You've missed it. Let's do it again. Okay, again we're going to update this to 2, okay, to 1, so that it makes 130, and this to 2 to 5. Okay, so when I update, okay, so you see 130, and then it clears this. Then I also want to hide the panel the moment it's done. Okay, so which means, what will I do? Okay, so which means again I'll do the if. So I'll run this method. Okay, so I'll run this method of this.getFeeds, so that it is now not showing. So I'll do run this.getFeeds here. Okay, so it will be this dot get feeds. Okay, so let's see now what we can do. Right, so we're going to update 3, so which will be 33 kilograms, and then wow. Wow, have you seen it? Okay, so we need to make sure that this function runs again, because now the moment it disappears, it cannot run unless we have the mount. Okay, so unless we have the mount, but I think that's something we can work on. And then the moment it updates, wow. Okay, so now all right, so with that said, let's meet in another video. I think we shall have worked out how we hide this. So with that said, let's take a break and meet in the next a few minutes. All right, let's meet again. Please do not forget to subscribe, like, and share, and then donate. The donation link is there in the description. All right, welcome back from that short break. And I want to show you that right now we have 874 subscribers. Please continue subscribing so that we can have beat the YouTube algorithm and also reward the efforts of the work. All right. So don't forget to donate. If you want to donate one of these videos as impression, you want to support, you can go to groomroad.com and buy any product. Okay, so we have Adobe Illustrator from scratch, or also just donate, and donation starts from $5 and above. Okay, so this donation, it's up to you, but the donation, I programmed it to be like monthly, so that in any case, if you want to donate again, you have no limit. Okay, so once you donate, your subscription, it will be once per month, and once the month is done, it will stop. All right, so we have a problem. We can now update, okay, and then it reflects automatically. But then here is, in case I log out, then I log in, so I'll log into anyone, and then also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I log in. Okay, let's go to our layers. It actually shows nothing, and here is the reason. So the reason is because I altered, okay, what we had for this. If I go back to my layers view, okay, and that's because if you come here, we are getting from our computed property, which is, okay, which is, where is it? Which is new feeds.layers, okay? Now, under new feeds.layers, if you do new feeds.layers here, okay, and I come here and update, you're going to see what is going to happen. Okay, it brings back the array that we used in the first case. If you remember in one of the videos before we went for any of the breaks, where we were getting, okay? And I do have that method here. So this method here of all foods, okay, which is, no, where's the method of get layers, okay? And in get layers, we are also accessing the property feeds, okay? So which means I can continue with my get layers, because get layers was looking at layers, okay, and then the property of feeds. So which means if I come back here to layers and I choose .feeds, okay, if I come back to layers here, okay, so let me do the mount again because it's picking from the mount. All right, so what have I changed? I think I've changed in the wrong field. So this is the feeds panel. It's not supposed to pick from that. Actually, this is just for demo. It can even be removed. But up here, okay, it's supposed to be picking from layers.feeds. Okay, so which means if I log out and log in, okay, to anyone, and then do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then choose to log in, okay, it will first mount, okay, what is coming in from layers. Now, we can change this to before mount, by the way. Before mount, what should happen? It should first do this instead of mounted. Before mount, it should first do something, then mounts. Or it can first load before even it mounts anything. All right, then after, because if I come here and add feeds, okay, remember recently when we update, it wasn't changing here. So it has updated, but it has not changed. It's supposed to be now 320. So what do? We come to our computed property, okay, and then we return this dot layers to equate to that, because we're picking from only that column of that season, okay? And then, which means if I update, okay, we're going to see the update here under the feeds. If I update and add 4 kilograms, okay, then update, okay, it has updated here, but it has not updated in the computed property. So we need to, this dot layers, sorry, it's, okay, so we need to double check that. Okay, so we need to update. So I'm going to add 4 kilograms, so that is it's 308. Then choose to update, and you can see it updates straight away. So we want the same update to appear here, okay, under the dashboard. And when we come back to the dashboard, we need the total layer feeds to be here. Okay, so how do we do that? Now, that is when we get our layers, okay? The get property here, okay? We should send get layers to the value to our storage. All right, so what do we do here? So we're going to write that this dispatches, okay? So dispatch, okay? So Vuex dispatch, okay? So already I have the action there, which is the method get layers, okay? So dispatch, this action has no payload because we're just getting. So we're going to dispatch get layers. Get layers. Okay. So which means we're going to come here in the storage and create an action called get layers. So we shall do a comma here, then we'll create an action called get layers, which will be an async and a wait. Okay. So get layers, right. So it takes in nothing apart from the state. Okay. So get layers, which is going to be an async. Async. So I'm going to put it up there so that it flows. So this should be update layers. Update layers. So which means get layers should be above here. So update layer feeds. Sorry. Okay, get layers. Get layers info. I can say get all layers info. Sorry for that. Update layer feeds. Okay, so get layers info is going to take in what we have in the async. So this is requesting for a comma. So it's going to take in what we have from the layers here. Okay, we have already dispatched, so we're taking this. All this. All this. Okay, then we come to the storage, and then we paste that. All right, still again, we need to get something. Okay, so still again, we're going to do this. Get layers is dispatching, but then the feedback should return somewhere. Okay, so still again, we've created an action, we need to create a mutation. Okay, so first of all in the store, okay, we're going to do this. So in the store, we're going to put layers. Layers, okay, which is going to be empty. And then in the mutations, we're going to put one that is called get layers. All, it can be, just to show you, it differs all layers or layers info. It's going to be layers info. So which will take in the state, and then it will also take in the payload, which may be again all layers info. All layers info. Okay, so it will take in state dot layers is going to equal to, okay, what should come with this? It's going to equal to all layers info. All layers info. All right, so here in all layers info, okay, we should return now the state.commit. So the state.commit is going to be Okay, so it's going to be let all layers info equal to layers response and what. So we're going then, okay, we're supposed to check, and I've not checked this by the way. So if, okay, if response, okay, if response dot status, okay, I think I'll come back to that. Let's not, because I've not talked about it in the previous ones. So let me first get the results here, and then we'll write the if statement. So we're going to say state.commit, commit, okay, and then we take in all layers info. We take in the mutation. The mutation is going to be layers info, and then the load is going to be all layers info as done there. All right. So which means now we're going to go to the getters, okay, and then we choose, so the getters, we're going to create another one that says get layers info, okay, which will take in a state. This, the arrow function is the same as writing this, and then you put state, okay, and then you put return, okay, state, return state dot layers. So which means we can go back to, okay, we can go back to our layers, okay. Then we write another method now. I remember using this method of all foods for testing. So I'm going to call it maybe layers info, okay? Layers info, okay. Then I make it feed into this dot layers, okay, because I already have this dot layers. So I'll make it feed into this dot layers, okay. So it will get from this dot getters dot get layers info. So I know here it's called get layers info. Okay, so let me go and paste it here. Get layers info, okay. So I'll need to come down here and run the same function get layers, okay. So if I disable this function get layers, okay, let me first save and then I see what we have. Okay, so I'm going to, since it is not, since it's already mounted, so the change is not occurring here, but let me first click on home, then come back and see what we have. Layers, okay. So let me see, what if the function is below? Okay, because I think the function is, the function of get layers is being run when this, no. I think it is okay. So we're going to run this dot get layers, then we run again this dot get layers info, because the function is being run, but the returns are not being read when they're mounted. So this dot get layers info. Okay. So, all right. So I need to mount again. Click, then click on the dashboard. And if layers is mounted, okay, I expect to see something. I need to inspect and see what actually is not happening. Sorry. So I need to inspect. Okay, then go to networks and see what actually is happening. So if I click on Afifam Light, then I click on home, then I click on layers, I need to get to know what is actually happening. This .get layers info is a function. Okay. This time around, let me hope we're good to go. Okay, so get layers is being run and the feedback is coming in. Okay, so let me click again. Okay, so get layers is already being run and the feedback is coming in. But then whatever is happening in the mounted is now the issue. Okay, so if I click on layers, it should have done the magic. So broilers, layers, okay? So get layers is coming in, but the feedback is not being read. So get layers, this dot get layers info, let me double check and see. Okay. So it is supposed to be layers info that we're reading. Okay, so the function is layers info. We were reading the wrong function, my bad. So the function is layers info. Come on. It's kind of confusing, eh? Ooh, okay, this time around it is on. So when I choose to update, okay, it is on. And then if I go back to, let's say broilers, come back to layers, it's on. If I go back to home and come back to layers, okay, it is not loading now, yet the property is already being mounted. Let me first do a console.log to be sure of what we are having here. Okay, so let me do a console.log. Console.log, and I do think, and I put a tag, and I do think it's because of maybe the order, okay? So console, the order up there, console.log, mounted layers. Okay, I'll save. Okay, so where's my console? Mounted layers. So let me click on home. I need to see mounted layers again. The moment I click on layers, there it is. So I do think the challenge is with the order here. So you're already running layers info before we even run the dispatch. So let me put that below, okay? And then click on Affifam Lite, click on home. Okay, then I click on layers. Come on, I'm not getting the dispatch. And the reason is not showing, if you check here in our network, when I click on layers, okay, it actually loads, okay, and gets the info, okay, but then it does not display that info. But when I go back to broilers and come back to layers, okay, it runs this get layers and at the same time runs the function this.layers info. So we need to find a way of displaying the data that is given to us when mounted. Okay, so what should we do? So let's see. Okay, and what we need to do, after some little bit of digging, I made a mistake, and let me correct that error. It's actually not a mistake. So instead, we are supposed to be sending the end result, okay, in our mutation here to state.count, and then we read from state.count again, because this is not something different. We are picking from the same table. So it's going to send to state.count, and then here we get state.count instead of state.layers. Okay, state.count. So, which means when we go back again, this time around when we click on home and click on layers, okay, it first loads the measurements. And then the same with our update, the update is still ongoing, so I'll add 1 to make it 6 and then update. There you go, it updates again. Again, if I go to broilers and then come back, it does the same. So let me log out and then log in as another user. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Then click login. Okay, then I click on layers. Well, it loads it fast. All right, so which means it is working well. So let me just tell you what we've done. So we were bringing all layers info into the layers info mutation, but then we had created layers, okay? So instead of going with count, okay? So which means now we must get state.count because we're feeding into the same that is being read. All right, so all we need to do again is come back to our statistics because we need this statistics that says total feeds to actually update into something. So where is total feeds? Okay, so total layer feeds. Okay, so we're going to do now a mutation that takes from that. Okay, so the first thing we need to have it load on mount. So mounted is going to take this. Okay, so I'm going to add something here, so which means I need to export that. So you are aware that when we come to the login, and then we log in, so I'm going to log in as anyone. All right, so you see the dashboard, the kilograms are empty. And then when I click on layers and then click on the dashboard, they load the kilograms because the mounted properties or the dispatch is run again. So what I want us to do, I want to make sure that every time we log in, everything is running. So if we've already got the data, if we choose to inspect, we already get the data from the get layers or get layers info. So this is what we're going to do. So the first thing, we want to make sure that we have before mount. So I'll do before mount. Okay. So before that is mounted, I want data to be fetched. Okay. So how will I fetch the data? I already have what we've just got, the get layers being dispatched. So let me first do the get layers method. So I'll do this, run this dot get layers, which is a function. Then I want to pick from what is already being run. Leaving the method itself is already run in that case. So what am I going to do? I'm going to, that's a before mount. So I'm going to run a computed property. So computed, okay, and then I include a function. So this is computed. And then I include, okay, so let me close off. And then I include the function. So the function can be get, okay, original layer feeds. Original layer feeds. Okay, so which will be a function or what they call a method. And then what is it going to do? It's going to run this, but it will choose also get layers info. So it will do this dot layer feeds. Layer feeds is equal to that. Okay, so that's the original. And then one other thing I want to do, instead of count, we already created one called get layers info. So we're just going to replace that there. Dot get layers info. Great, so let's see what we have. I'll log out, then log in, and then the email is anyone@gmail, and then I choose login. Okay, so it's not displaying our data yet. So this is what we have to do. Okay, let me see. I don't need this. So let me get this and make a copy and then add this original layer feeds and we see our results. Okay, so I need it on the second one. So I'll log out, then log in, then anyone@gmail.com. Then log in. Oh, anyone. I'm missing. Okay, so then login. All right, so it is loading the kilograms there and then. Okay, so you can see it has loaded them on the dashboard. All right, so let me see. This second. Okay, in case I'd run it direct and removed this, let's see what result would get. Okay, I wanted to get something like raw code there. Okay, so this is not needed for the moment. This second card, so we're getting all the info. So apart from layers.feeds, I can come to another card, which is this. Okay, so that is layers.feeds. Let me check. Total layer feeds. Number of layer hens. Do I have that? So number of layer hens. Okay, so let me check in the stats if I have number of layer hens here in the inspect. I'll do get layers. Number of hens, there they are. So I'm going to get them dynamically. So number of layer hens, because I already have the stats, so which will be number of hens. Number of hens. Number of hens, which is supposed to be 120, okay, but not kilograms, 120 birds. So let's see which other information. Sessions duration, I've not done that. Total profits, I've not done that. Okay, so there's still more you can add, but you've seen what we do. All right, so I think that introduces you to the whole project or understanding Vue.js, okay, in a different way. So we've not worked on eggs, okay, but we worked on the update feeds and update water. We've not worked on it. So that's something you can do following this tutorial. Okay, so this video has come to an end. Feel free to donate, like, share, and do anything in the comments. Probably I can create part 2 but I don't feel for this, but I don't feel we already have calculations and we have even, you know, this is something you can do yourself. Now, I'm going to develop a mobile application out of the same project to make sure that things run the same and smoothly, and even whatever is updated on the mobile system can be updated on the web system. So let's meet in that other video. Okay, so thank you so much. Let's meet there.